call.
Councilor McLaurin.
Present.
Councilor Marsan.
Here.
Councilor Santos.
Here.
Councilor Samard.
Here.
Councilor Valley.
Present.
Councilor DeZoglio.
Present.
Councilor Drew.
Here.
Chair Soto.
Present.
8 present, 1 absent.
A reminder, I have Councilor DeZoglio as my vice, and Councilor Pesh is out on a planned family vacation, just for the record. Acceptance of the agenda. Can I have a motion to accept the agenda this evening?
So move. Second.
Motion by Councilor Santos, seconded by Councilor McLaren. I'm in discussion on the agenda for this evening. It is a very long agenda, so if there are some changes you'd like to make, now's the time. Councilor Valley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I moved the start time for the city council meetings in July and August be changed from 7 p.m. to 6 p.m.
For a future meeting?
for future meetings because it's only one meeting a month and the length of the agenda is,
Okay, so I'm going to defer to the solicitor. I can take a motion to make a change of time. So and I'm going to defer to my clerk. Can you remind me of the dates for July and August? I don't know, have them off the top of my head.
July 6th.
August 3rd.
August 3rd.
Okay, so we have a motion on the table, councilors, to amend our next meetings of July and August to 6 p.m. as opposed to 7 p.m.
Point of order, Madam Chair?
Yes.
Wouldn't this be under organizational business? Wasn't the motion to accept the
She's
agenda?
doing it under the acceptance of the agenda. We could put it under organizational, but either or. Doesn't
Either
matter.
way.
Okay. Second.
Thank you, Councilor Samard. So I had a motion on the floor. It
Second.
was seconded by Councilor Samard. I'm in discussion. Is everybody okay with that, or would you like to keep it at 7 p.m.?
To you, Madam Chair, I'd be happy with moving it to 6.
Okay,
Me too.
great. With that being said, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. If you can notate that change so we can publicly announce it and the administration is fully aware. Okay. Yeah, we're going back to the main motion of the acceptance of the agenda. If you're, again, moving anything from the agenda, you do it at this stage. Did you had a request?
Yes, I did. To
What?
move the council funds to right after
So the request is to move TR.
public participation.
Yeah, you could do that if the body accepts that. What's that line item?
It's all the way in the back.
Line item 4, Madam Chair.
TR 2650. Just want to make sure.
Yeah, 2650.
No, she's talking about the Castle Fund. Oh, so there's a Castle Fund agenda. There was a request made to the counselor to move it up. I'm just trying to figure out which, I don't remember off the top of my head.
Oh, cancel. TR 26-63.
TR 26-63, there's a request on the floor, a motion on the floor to move that up after public participation. Can I get a second on that?
Second.
Second by Councilor DeZoglio. Any discussion on that? Councilor Drew.
Is there a reason we want to move this one item? We have a jam-packed meeting, and I'm sure there's people here from all sorts of different lines. Just want to clarify why we're moving it.
Councilor Santos, would you like to clarify the request as to why you're moving that one item up?
It was requested by one of the constituents.
It was requested by the Castle Fund themselves,
Yes.
correct? Okay. Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
I have, so all those in favor, any opposed?
So I have 7 yes and 1 no.
Thank you. So motion carries. So that TR 26, what's the number again?
I'm sorry, 2663.
2650.
TR 2663 is up right after public participation for the Castle Fund. So that, back on the main motion to accept the agenda. as amended.
So move.
Second.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Valley, seconded by Counselor DeZoglio. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. So that's 8 yes. Okay. We'll stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. If you could remain standing, we have an invocation and then a moment of silence.
Hello?
Invocation.
Here in service of our city, grant us with wisdom, make decisions with integrity in our actions, and compassion to those that we represent. Help us listen with open minds, speak with respect, and work together in the common of good of our city. Guide us to a place of need of our residents above personal interests, and to lead with fairness and understanding. In your name we pray.
Thank you, Counselor.
Yes, we have one moment of silence. It's saddened that Salvatore Sully Zangalis, known lovely as Nano, was a devoted family man and painter by trade who filled every room with love, light, and laughter throughout his 95 years. From his blue van Betsy to his tireless work ethic that kept him climbing ladders into his mid-80s, he welcomed everyone with open arms and leaves behind a legacy of togetherness that will live on for generations. May we have a moment of silence? Thank you.
Thank you. You may be seated. Counselor, the floor is yours.
At this time, we open public participation. Speakers are reminded to state their name and address for the record prior to speaking. Each speaker shall be allotted a maximum of 5 minutes to speak. They will receive a warning when 1 minute remains and will not be permitted to speak after the allotted time. Speakers as well as audience members are expected to conduct themselves in a respectful and orderly manner. Any disruptive behavior may result in immediate removal of such person to restore order and ensure the orderly conduct of the meeting. Thank you. First person we have is Mike Welch.
My name is Mike Welch, and I live at 8 Nelson Avenue. Since 2023, I've been working on a list of Methuen roadways. When I found out that my roadway was unaccepted and really didn't get much explanation for that, one of the councilors mentioned to me, can you hear me? Okay. She said, my roadway's unaccepted, but it's accepted by the state. So I started taking the latest roadway list from the city clerks, which was updated in July 23, originally from 2014. So anyway, I started comparing these lists, and I was told by someone that once I'm finished, even though it's very valuable, it may end up in the bottom of somebody's drawer. So I'd hate to see that happen. I've been working on this for 3 years, some of it under contract for the city. So I've distributed to each and every one, the mayor and the solicitor and some of the other department heads, this master list, along with an introduction to explain the contents. As a taxpayer, I feel it's important for Methuen to have such a list to be able to operate efficiently. As an example, in 2024, the city paid to have the accepted roadways pavement study. Well, that time when I got that study, I compared to the list of accepted roadways, and they missed 20 roads. 20 roads that were never considered for any kind of rework in 2025. However, the survey did include Chilton Street for major rehab. Chilton Street is now a paper street with 8 undeveloped parcels. It probably was accepted at one time, but that was before Route 213 was put in. So there were a number of roads that were on the city clerk's listing that were paper streets that had been eliminated by 495, 93, 213. In addition, the Malden Mills fire in 95 still had those 3 streets that were eliminated on that list. Another example of poor record keeping, there's 47 streets in the city that are unaccepted, but they are accepted by the state. So we've been collecting Chapter 90 funding for those 47 streets, but never once spending any money on those streets because they're unaccepted. Another issue is the 17 accepted streets by the city, and when I submitted those to the state to be accepted, they rejected it back. They're only partially accepted. So when I looked into more of the resolutions in the documentation, the state was right. So there's 17 streets that the city is treating as accepted streets, yet they're only partially accepted. One of those streets is Observatory Road. I don't know if anybody is familiar with that road, but it's at the Water Tower on Forest Street, goes all the way down to Route 113. Only a portion of that street is accepted, yet we've been treating them as an accepted street when they're only partially accepted. I compared the city clerk's list, Mass DOT, Patriot Property, which had a lot of valuable information because that's where you're collecting your taxes, Merrimack Valley Planning Commission, My Map listing, the city's website recycle list, the plow routes I've even compared. So all of those are there, but I can't go any further with this without some help from the city to validate. There are right now 105 misclassified streets, such as the 3 that I mentioned that weren't.
Mr. Wall, 1 minute.
I got 1 minute. Okay. So in closing, I'm hoping that someone here will complete this list, make this list work for the city. The taxpayers deserve to have the taxpayer funding spent efficiently. And if you don't have a complete list of roads, how do you do that? And I want to offer my help. So I'm willing to continue working, but I need people to work with me to resolve those 105 and the other 17 and 47. That's the city has to do something about it. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next is Ann Benedetto.
Good evening, City Council members and Mr. Mayor. Put this down because I'm short. Okay, my name's Andy Benedetto. I currently reside in New Hampshire. I am a retiree. I taught for 35 years. I was also a member of the Methuen PEC for over 12 years. I am here to three things. I want to have explained to me the specific reason why the city needs $6.5 million of funding. I don't remember this conversation coming up last year. Is there clear documentation of where the shortfall is coming from? We want transparency on this. Was there an independent outside forensic audit? Did you go through, Mr. Mayor, a procurement process for the new insurance advisors / broker that the city is now using? The city needs to properly disclose what is happening. I would also like to mention and touch upon the GIC When I was here earlier, I turned in a pamphlet for everybody. The last page contains a letter from Springfield councilors. 9 councilors signed this letter with concerns about the GIC. I'm asking that the councilors and the mayor please do your due diligence and investigate this. My understanding is when the city signs up for GIC, it's not a 1-year contract, it's a multi-year contract. And also at that time, the city has to negotiate whenever or if ever they want to resign from the GIC. That is kind of tricky. The other thing I want to mention is these employees are here for the long run. Councilors may come and go, mayors may come and go, but whatever decisions are made here, the employees and retirees have to deal with for years to come. These are people, human beings. I believe that the meetings for the PEC, sir, should be held in person. When we worked with Tom Kelly, Mayor DiZoglio, Mayor Manzi, Tom Kelly, all of the people got together in the conference room on the 2nd floor as people. There was a working relationship. The Zoom meetings, to me, take away from the humanization of this. We are all humans. We're all going to have health issues. When you have a child, when you have a family member that needs health care, you want affordable, quality health care. I urge the city councilors and the mayor to please do your homework about the GIC and work with the PEC and negotiate in good faith, which I all know you are negotiating in good faith. But the knowledge that I have, Donna Golgis has, Lois Jacobs has, comes from years of involvement. And we now have Susan and Kara that are working along, and they're seeking out different opinions because we need this. We need the history. Tim Sheehy of the Methuen Fire Department stood up here and said, please don't go with this GIC, because he had been involved in the PEC, and we know and we talk to people that are involved. I've been involved back, sir, when the social posting came out back in 2012. I'm the one that voted to change from Tufts to to Blue Cross. I voted along that with the police and the fire department. We investigated this. The city has come from John Hancock, then we were on Tufts, now we're on Blue Cross. So please do your due diligence, because once you get involved with the state, you guys will have no control and be at the mercy of GIC. And remember, these are people. Thank you.
Next is Donna Gorgeous.
Okay, good evening, Mayor Bograd and City Council. My name is Donna Gogus, and I represent the Methuen retirees and was the Methuen Education Association president for 10 years. During those 8 years, the first 8 years, I was the MPEC chairperson, and my last 2 years, I was a co-chair. As a retiree representative, I serve the Mass Retirees Association appointee representing the interests of the retiree community within the PEC process. As you know, typically after retirement, there's a significant reduction of income. Since we are municipal employees, most do not qualify for Social Security benefits or work after retirement for various reasons to supplement our pensions. Medicare retirees now have co-pays for doctor's appointments, visits, and are subject to deductibles and other out-of-pocket expenses. The supplemental health insurance through the city assists with medical costs. However, with the increased costs of medical care and current inflation, our COLA increases, if there are any, do not come close to meeting our financial needs as a retiree. The non-Medicare retirees not only have a reduction on their income when they retire, but are still paying the same rates as an active employees until they reach retirement age. When that occurs, the city saves a significant cost in their contribution of Medicare retiree health care benefits. The bottom line is that we continue to negotiate our health care benefits. We strongly request that the financial burden that all Methuen retirees must be front and center and helping to reduce their costs in healthcare benefits. Thank you for your time.
Is there anybody else that didn't have their name on the list that they would like to come and speak?
My name is Jim Trott. I'm one of the 2 elected members of the retirement board. I was myself and Diane Dandretta were the 2 originators of the PEC. We were the 3rd in the Commonwealth to do this. I know you heard this all 2 weeks ago, but I'm going to reiterate to you that I did a little homework since then, and I found that over the years, the PEC contract has been broken. You're doing cost shifting onto the employees and to the retirees. When we signed that original memorandum of understanding, the split for the retirees was 80 for the city, 20 for the retirees. Now it's 70-30. It was never negotiated. Somebody here broke the law, whether it was the mayor. And the other thing I read the mayor's posting on Facebook. I understand you fired Jennifer. And I was shocked to see the amount of money she was being paid every year, $400,000. I have a question for Maggie. Didn't you track the health care over all these years? There was supposed to be a trust fund. I mean, it's not your responsibility as the accountant or the major accountant for the city is to track these numbers. How did this money just fly away? I mean, I can't see how we ended up with, I believe it's a $5.6 million deficit. That's outrageous. That should have never happened, number one. And as I spoke to you 2 weeks ago, I mentioned that to have retirees join the GIC is going to be a real pain for a lot of the retirees because the plans are a lot different than what we have right now. I think you should stick with what we have. I see Ann DiBenedetto here, Donna Gogas, Carol Blair. You know, a lot of us worked originally on this to save money for the city and for the employees. And it was a big failure. Somewhere along the line, somebody dropped the ball big time. And I don't believe this is the first year that we've had such a major deficit. And if you go into the GIC, you're going to be locked in for a long time. And I believe the state bailed them out last year to the tune of $800 million. If you want to be part of that, it's going to be cost shifting onto the employees and to the retirees. And as a side note, the retirement board votes for a COLA every year for the retirees. As a member of the retirement board for the last 36 years, my goal has been to keep the COLA to increase to pay for what the retirees' increase in health insurance is. Tim Sheehy and I tried to up it by $2,000. It's a formula of 3% of X amount of dollars. Right now it's at $20,000. We try to bring it up to $22,000. The other members of the board voted us down. And of course, unfortunately, the other members of the board, one is the mayor's appointee and one works in the accounting office. So what do? We're fighting now to try to get the retirees extra money. They're going to get a big $600 COLA this year. How much is that a month? Do the math. I hope you really look at this realistically. Okay, thank you. The retirees get their $600 a year raise. The employees, they get a little more, but to go into the GIC is going to be the biggest mistake you're ever going to make, and you're just doing more cost shifting on the employees and the retirees. Thank you.
Excuse me, sir. Anybody else that hasn't been?
Good evening, councilors. Stephen Tarquinio, Sycamore Road. Tonight, I am speaking directly to you, councilors, as well as the residents of this city for transparency. The mayor and solicitor's office are exposing this city to serious financial and legal risk. I ask you to bypass them and protect both the neighbors whose quality of life has been destroyed and the taxpayers who they're setting up to pay the price. Just 1 month ago, you all agreed that something must be done about the excessive noise from the new pickleball courts, yet nothing has happened. While the city has delayed and deflected, I have used public record requests to expose how this issue was known and could have been prevented prior to construction even starting. On May 7th, 2024, an email from Falmouth, Mass. Town Council was sent to Methuen Solicitor Ken Rossetti about pickleball noise issues in Falmouth. The Methuen Solicitor's office initially tried to withhold this email under attorney-client privilege, but after I refined my request, they produced both a redacted and apparently by mistake an unredacted version. The full email shows former Solicitor Ken Rossetti putting Police Chief McNamara, Deputy Chief Randy Hagar, former Mayor Perry, former Councilor Ferretra, Rec Superintendent Steve Angelo, as well as current Solicitors O'Neill and Schultz on notice about Falmouth's serious pickleball noise problems and the ordinance changes they were being forced to make. In the redacted section, Rossetti even warned, "You might find this interesting since I suspect this activity will increase significantly once recreational infrastructure improvements are completed." Myself, in addition to other neighbors, raised concerns about sound issues in March of 24. This warning came in May of 24, before construction even began. The city ignored it. They prioritized quickly spending government ARPA funds and meeting the construction schedule and planned to deal with the consequences later. When extra funds became available in late May of 24, $300,000 was wasted on cosmetic items, including $150,000 on benches and $100,000 for a pavilion, rather than even attempting to understand and address what was going to happen with noise. 2 weeks ago, I had a noise analysis conducted at multiple homes on Sycamore Road and at the courts themselves. The data, which I'll enter into the record tonight with photos, confirms repeated violations of the city's noise ordinance, levels exceeding 70 dB and even spiking past 90 dB. This matches what Councilors Drew and DeZoglio witnessed in early May in one of the neighbors' yards. The data was provided to the city last week, yet the police department and the health department appear instructed to not enforce the city ordinances. Even Mass DEP urged action after reviewing clear violations of state noise regulations. This past Friday, my attorney received the city's latest proposal, which was absolutely absurd and not in good faith. Of 4 measures, only one addressed noise, and it will not resolve the violations. The city ignored proven data from Kittery, Falmouth, and other communities nationwide showing courts this close within 300 feet of residences cannot be effectively mitigated. I submitted reasonable measures based on this council and the Park Recs Committee recommendations from May 4th council meeting that would have allowed operations until a new location was found. Every one of those measures was ignored by the city in their proposal. The mayor's text messages obtained through public records reveal his attitude. He dismissed concerns as only a few people trying to ruin it for others, and even wrote, anyone who lives adjacent to a baseball field, tennis, or pickleball court or high school should expect some degree of noise. This was in response to a letter from a mother of 3 and a nurse that cannot sleep during the daytime when she has to work at night. Truly disgusting behavior from a person that is available for parades and photo ops, but not available to witness this issue himself or even speak with the neighbors. The mayor and solicitor's office appear willing to let this go to court, knowing taxpayers will pay for the damages and a forced shutdown of the courts. For everyone's awareness, we are currently wasting money today, right now as I speak. The rec departments arranged DPW workers to lock up the courts each night. When they do show up, they arrive 30 minutes early, sitting in idling trucks, waiting to lock up the courts. This is a waste of taxpayer dollars while the city is going through a financial crisis and fighting to protect teacher, police, and firefighter jobs. Councilors, I urge you to act tonight. Pass an emergency resolution closing the courts until real, data-driven solutions can be implemented and a new location is secured. Stop the delay tactics, protect our residents and the city's finances. As I stated earlier, the city knew this was going to be an issue prior to construction starting, but wanted to proceed and deal with the consequences later. That time has come. My attorney has sent a letter to the city today stating if the city does not take action immediately, we will be going to court. Our patience is at an end. Thank you.
Anything else? In that case, I would like to close public participation.
Thank you, Counselor. We'll pass in. Actually, you had something to be read that was sent in, if you want to read that, and then.
Okay, so let's give 9.6 more to the Methuen school so they can maintain their epic 30% reading proficient rate and 27% math proficient rate. All the while, they continue to push smart to kids in the classroom, preach politics to kids, and continue to waste money on raises, bonuses, and useless feel-good programs that do nothing to increase academic excellence. That is what the school committee and the teachers union are demanding of the city council and the state taxpayers. This after it was revealed that the superintendent Kwong failed 70% of Methuen students, even though school committee members told us over and over again, year after year, that Kwong administration were geniuses. So before the mayor and the city council bow down to the school system's demands for more money, which eventually you will do, here are the few questions you should be asking. What investigation was done to identify the recoup of the $4 million missing when Judy Scandal was superintendent? Who was held accountable for the missing money? And what was done to make sure that it doesn't happen again? Why did the mayor and the school committee purposely conceal details in the audit? Why were the names of administrators involved in wrongdoing, like reacted and canceled from the public? How much is the total of the cost of the raises, the increased benefits crammed into the teachers union contract over the last 2 years and projected for 222? How much in total did the school system pay out in legal settlements, lawsuits, and other legal matters, and how many had non-disclosure agreements to hide the illegal behavior of the school department employees? How much money in total are the schools paying for raises and increased benefits for the administrators' contracts over the last 2 years and projected over the next 2 years? How much money in total is being paid to the highest 25 employees in the system? How much money is being spent in the total on professional development? And how much is total being spent on programs that have nothing to do with academics, anti-bullying, anti-texting, and driving campaigns, and programs that glorify sexual lifestyles which result in zero impact on reading, science, and math scores? Why are the school's graduating rate 85% when it admit that 70% of its kids cannot read at grade level? And that's just off the top of my head. Once you start getting answers to those questions, it will become obvious that the schools do not need another $9 million of our tax money. What they need is more responsible and the money they already get. So until they do that, until they can increase the number of kids who can read and do math at the grade level, until they can prove they can spend responsible, please do not reward their bad behavior. Do not give them one more penny. Tie school funding to academic performance. Otherwise, next year, the reading proficiency level will be 20%, and they will be demanding $9 million more. Tom Duggan, state taxpayer, North Andover. Okay, next one. Dear esteemed city council members, I am writing to you today with profound concern of the disappointing regarding recent article in the Eagle Tribune detailing the upcoming city council's meetings agenda, specifically the proposed approval of 25,000 drone as a capital improvement item. I understand that this expenditure is being considered, and I feel compelled to express my strong opposition to all the allocation of funds of this critical juncture of our city. It is absolutely baffling and frankly insulting that this time when our cities is facing significant budgetary challenges, we are contemplating on such a substantial expenditure on a drone. We are currently grappling with the harsh realities of employee layoffs, precision cuts, and severe strain on our school, police, and overall city budgets. These are not abstract problems. They are impacting the livelihoods of our dedicated public servants and the essential services we rely on. To then consider spending $25,000 on a new drone, especially as a capital improvement, feels not only fiscally irresponsible, but also deeply disrespectful to the decision, disrespectful to every employee who is facing job insecurity or being asked to take furlough days. This decision sends a disheartening message about our priorities and the value we place on our current workforce. and critical public services. While I understand that this item may have been budgeted or designated as a capital improvement, the source of these funds is deeply concerning. It would be one thing if the expenditure was entirely covering by external state or federal grant funding. However, to utilize funds from the city's coffers, regardless of its classification, at a time of such dire fiscal constraint is unconscionable. We are a city whose infrastructure is visibly deteriorating, while with crumbling buildings that demand attention. We are a burden of substantial liability of the social state, a matter that requires careful and significant financial consideration. Furthermore, our employees, like many others, are facing an ongoing health insurance crisis that places immense pressure on household budgets. In light of these pressing issues, the purchase of a drone appears to be a glaring misallocation of resources. I implore you, as our elected representatives, to act responsible and with the best interests of our community at heart. I urge you to reject this $25,000 line item for the drone and instead focus on addressing critical budgetary shortfalls and the tangible needs of our city's residents. It is time for prudent fiscal management and our leadership to demonstrate a clear understanding to our current financial realities. I trust that you will make the responsible decision and vote against this proposal. Thank you for your time. Do the right thing. Jay Smith.
Thank you, Counselor. That's all for the readings. You shall close public participation. And we're moving on to the next agenda item, which is TR 2663. That's the item that was moved up for the Castle Fund. So I need a motion for resolution authorizing expenditure of $22,500 from the Castle Fund to the Methuen Youth and Community Center. There is an EPA requested on this, so I will vote on the main motion first and then on the EPA. Can I have a motion for approval?
So moved.
Motion by Counselor DeZaglio, seconded by Counselor Santos. Discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, motion carries. Madam Clerk, that was 8 yes. All right. Thank you. All right, back to our agenda.
The EPA.
Yeah, thank you. We're going to have a lot of that tonight, so please keep reminding me. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention earlier, if you need a break, please motion for it if the meeting extends. Okay. Motion on the EPA.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Drew, seconded by Counselor DeZaglio. Discussion on the EPA. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 7 yes, 1 no. Motion carries. Thank you. Back to the main agenda. There's no organizational business. There's none. I will move on to reading and acceptance of our minutes. Minutes from our meetings, I'll go one by one, so I'll motion each individually. Motion to approve the minutes of May 18th, 2026 regular meeting.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor DeZaglio, seconded by Counselor Santos. Discussion on those minutes, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. Motion to approve the minutes for Thursday, May 21st, 2026, FY 2027, Water and Sewer Public Hearing. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor DeZaglio, seconded by Counselor Santos. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. Motion carries. Minutes for Thursday, May 21st, 2026, FY 2027 Municipal Budget Public Hearing. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor DeZaglio, seconded by Counselor Santos. Any discussion on those minutes? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? 8, Madam Clerk, unanimous. Motion carries. Motion to approve Thursday, May 21st, 2026, FY 2027, municipal budget, first read. Chop, chop. Motion by Counselor Marsan, seconded by Counselor Santos. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. All right, with that being said, there's no proclamations or correspondence on the agenda. Moving on to consideration of appointments, I need a motion to approve the appointment of firefighter Greg Langlace, Lieutenant. Motion by Counselor Drew, seconded by Counselor Santos. I'm in discussion. Is the chief here? Thank you. Thank you. How are you feeling this evening?
I'm good.
Good, all right. There we go.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair and City Council, Mayor. I am honored to recommend and request your support in the promotion of firefighter Craig Langlace to the position of lieutenant. This is a budgeted position for this year and in fiscal year 27. This promotion also fulfills a contractual obligation for staffing of apparatus. Craig is at the top of the promotional list, and no candidates have been bypassed. Firefighter Langlace is a 14-year veteran of the fire department. He began his public service career in the city in 2004 as a member of the DPW before joining the fire department in 2012. A graduate of Methuen High School, he went on to earn an associate's degree in fire protection and safety technology with honors from North Shore Community College. During his 14 years with the department, he has gained extensive experience in emergency incident response, fire extinguishment, and mentorship. Assigned to Engine 5 at the East End Station, which is one of the busiest in the city, he's benefited from working alongside some of the department's most seasoned and experienced officers. He holds numerous certifications, including Firefighter 1-2, Nationally Certified EMT, hazardous materials to the operations level, crowd manager, as well as completion of the firefighter safety survival through the Mass Fire Academy. Beyond his operational duties, Firefighter Langlace is deeply committed to the community outreach. He actively participates in local events such as parades, senior suppers, and the annual fishing derby, to name a few. A dedicated family man, he and his wife Kristen of 14 years are raising their two children, son Carson, age 6, and daughter Julian, age 4. So I am proud to recommend Firefighter Langlace for this promotion. He will be an excellent addition to the officer ranks and will continue to serve this community with distinction and honor. So I appreciate some support.
Great. Thank you, Chief. I'm assuming Mr. Langlace is here this evening. Langlace, sorry. I have a question for you, and it's a concern that calls I've been receiving. So don't take this in any way in the means of this promotion. It's in general. And so in the midst of where we are now with furloughs, and I know that promotions are, when one gets promoted, it's kind of like a domino effect, right? You have to promote the others. So my question to you is that something that we continuously need to do now, where we're in this uncharted waters with furloughs and conversations of potential layoffs? And I don't really know how that's going to work for your department or the police department, as public safety is vitally necessary. But my question is just your opinion on that, because it is a common phone call that I receive as a counselor, not speaking for my fellow counselors. They've called me personally. So I'd like to hear from you.
Yeah, this position is, it's a contractual obligation for piece staffing. So the way our department is structured, we run 4 shifts, and each fire engine or the ladder has to have a lieutenant and 2 firefighters. So with the unfortunate passing of Lieutenant Jimmy McLaughlin, that's what created this opening. So he fills that need on a group. So without having someone to fill that role, it has to get filled with overtime, which is always a hot button topic.
Correct. I appreciate that. Mr. Mayor, if you'd like to chime in.
Just to share some additional context, especially at a time when we've made some reductions to overtime in the budget, it's really important, in my opinion, for us to ensure that every budgeted position is backfilled so that we can help mitigate some of the impacts in terms of operations. So that's the thinking of proceeding with this, even in the midst of the challenging environment that we're in. It's in the budget. and this will help us from a personnel standpoint to ensure that we're able to meet the required minimums.
Perfect. Valid. I just wanted to make sure that it was voiced. So
I realize the timing is
I
not
appreciate
ideal,
appreciate
but can't
that.
control, retirements and
Yeah, and as does our lieutenant want to? I'll take the vote, and then I'm sure he'll come up after, and then we'll do the break. So, Councilor DiZoglio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And also, Chief, also, if just say you couldn't fill the back with the overtime, due to the overtime, that could potentially shut down the station, right?
correct.
So it's more important to have this promotion to ensure that all of our stations are up and running also, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All set. Any further questions or concerns or comments? Seeing none, I'll take a roll call, Madam Clerk, on the appointment.
Council McLaurin.
Yes.
Councilor Marsan.
Yes.
Councilor Santos.
Yes.
Councilor Samard.
Yes.
Councilor Valley.
Yes.
Councilor DiZoglio.
Yes.
Councilor Drew.
Yes.
And Chair Soto.
Yes,
Unanimous.
thank you. Congratulations.
I'd like to thank the chief, I'd like to thank the council, Mr. Mayor, for the vote. I'd like to thank my brothers and sisters here to support me, my family, my wife, my kids. I'd like to wish my wife a early happy birthday, and that's pretty much it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your service.
Madam, take a motion for a 5-minute recess.
I have a motion on the floor for a 5-minute recess from Councilor DiZoglio, seconded by Councilor Drew. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We have a 5-minute recess. We shall return. All right. So we have a presentation this evening from Ken Lombardi and Kevin Picos of NFP, City of Methuen Health Insurance Program. This is a request of the mayor, so we'll give the mayor the floor first, and then we'll begin your presentation, sir.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So before I pass it off to Ken Lombardi from NFP, we're not going to be joined tonight by Kevin. I wasn't able to make it. Before I introduce Ken, I want to share some information with all of you and the public by way of some context, and also to answer some of the concerns that were raised during public participation. I'll begin there, just speaking frankly. So I think at one point I was accused of breaking the law by violating the PEC agreement by way of the city's adjustments of premium splits. I want to point out, just as a matter of fact, and this is not meant to cause any other issues with the PEC, but just to state as a matter of fact that going back to fiscal year 2020, the city has paid out roughly $12.7 million in employee benefits above and beyond the PEC agreement that has lapsed since 2013, just stating that as a matter of fact. Secondly, an issue was raised about why didn't the CAFO know about the payout of fees and commissions to our former broker. The city has never paid those fees and commissions directly. They've always been taken out of this broader healthcare bucket. We've never received an itemized invoice outlining payment for fees and commissions, so that has not been a direct payment by the city. With the exception of a recent informational session, all of our meetings have been held in person in either the second floor conference room. I think one or two of them might have been held in my office, but they have been for the most part in person, just to address a few concerns. So shortly after I took office last year, we came to the council with the issue of a health insurance trust fund deficit for fiscal year 25. And when I came to you to address that, I committed to the council and to the public to take a very long overdue look under the hood to get a sense of exactly what was driving that situation. And so there were initially some thoughts about the likely drivers of that cost, including GLP-1 drugs. That was something that had been cited previously. Of course, we've had our share of high claims because we're a self-insured plan. We are on the hook for these expenditures. It's in essence an uncapped liability for the city. But when I brought in Ken from NFP, first of all, when the city was under fiscal oversight back in 2019, it was Sean Cronin, who was the city's fiscal stability officer, who first brought in Ken and Kevin from NFP to take a look at the city's health insurance plan and make some recommendations. And so at that time, they provided a report to the then mayor. This is addressed to former Mayor Juga, who was in office back in 2019, regarding their recommendations. They came in December, I believe, of that year to present to the city council at the time what their recommendations were. And at that time, they indeed recommended that the city consider entering the GIC. And they estimated that at that time, if the city were to make that switch, the city would be able to save roughly $2.9 million in health insurance costs. So considering, of course, the issues with the GIC that have been raised by folks, especially involved with the unions, regarding concerns that they've heard, perhaps from various rumors or insights from others who might be on the plans, the city council never took action, and the city did not enter the GIC. And so as part of this review, I asked NFP, who is, by the way, working alongside the city on an informational basis. We're not engaging with them beyond assistance with getting to the bottom of these issues. I asked them to take a look at what the city would have saved hypothetically if the city had taken the state's guidance through NFP to join the GIC back in 2019. If the city had made that switch at that time, as Ken will share tonight, the city would have saved $27.9 million in health insurance costs going back to that time. Now, Another issue, and this gets to something that I know Ken will share tonight, the issues that have driven the ongoing deficits that the city has experienced. So going back many, many years, the city has had a relationship with a local broker who has had a fiduciary obligation to provide recommendations to the city by way of all things related to health insurance. And going back the past couple of years, but especially this year, going into fiscal year 27, the adamant recommendation provided with logic outlined in writing was for the city to increase health insurance rates for the Blue Cross plan by 6.5%. And as Ken and several other underwriters have confirmed, that is nowhere close to the level of rate increase that is needed in order to protect the basic solvency of the city's health insurance program.
Mr. Mayor, and I'm sorry to interrupt you. Do any of you counselors have this presentation? We don't. No. Mr. Ken, could you email this presentation to my clerk, please?
Yeah, we can send that to you.
Yeah, I think, and we're going to wait for it to print for us to follow you. My counselors, while we were alluding to the presentation and the mayor was speaking, their expressions is telling me they'd like, am I wrong, counselors, or am I speaking for you? It would be nice to have.
Mayor, do you have the?
If you could humor us by sending that email.
I'm actually sending it to the council by email now.
Yeah, if we can have that, Madam Clerk, I would greatly appreciate it. So,
so that's,
Mr. Mayor,
yep,
if you would,
so that's been shared via email.
Interfering.
So long and short of it is that ultimately we've had this Blue Cross program that our employees have relied on for the past many years. The issue, especially in recent years, is that we've had this outstanding plan, but through the inadequate, to say the least, rate increases over the past couple of years, the true cost of that plan has not been borne by employees. Ultimately, the city has run up these deficits that we've had to address. And so what I am doing tonight is obviously wanting to share this information in a transparent way with the public, with you, from Ken and NFP, but also to begin this process of making the case for some much needed structural reforms in our city. And so we have some items on the agenda tonight that address with truing up the difference between the initial projected increase of 6.5%, which was simply inadequate, to roughly 19.3%, which is what is needed in order to adequately maintain the solvency of the health insurance plan in fiscal year 27 per NFP and multiple other underwriters. And beyond that, we have yet again, year after year, another deficit in the health trust fund, going back to this issue with the inadequate establishment of these rates. And so the presentation will be shared. I think the assistant clerk must be printing it. But with that, I'll invite Ken to begin his presentation, maybe not getting too deep into the slides until we have the printouts, but at the very least, perhaps providing some additional context regarding this issue. One other fact that is very interesting, the solicitor did some digging in the city's archives and found a resolution that had been sponsored by then town councilor Carol Delano when Methuen was a town and we had a town manager form of government. The first reading of this resolution was passed on April 17th, 1990, 3 days before my first birthday, and it contemplated a town of Methuen health insurance trust fund deficit. So this is an issue that goes back a very long time due to the fact that we've been self-insured all these years, and we have now, for the first time, an opportunity, perhaps, to change that. And so with that, I'll invite Ken to proceed from there.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. If it's okay to kind of go through some of these slides, we won't go through all of this. There's a lot of information here. It's obviously very complicated. I've been fortunate enough at the mayor's direction to be able to work with the members of the Public Employee Committee to kind of disseminate this. So most folks will recognize this information. We have shared most of this with the PEC members. So they've seen a lot of the same stuff that you folks are saying. So just to kind of rehash healthcare real quick in Massachusetts for municipalities is basically three ways that an employer, municipal employer, purchases health insurance. It's direct through an insurance company, which is the way Methuen does today. That can either be on a self-funded or fully insured basis. And right now it's with Blue Cross Blue Shield. You can consider purchasing with other communities under a joint purchasing arrangement. And finally, you can consider the Group Insurance Commission. So our focus was, if the city is going to continue self-funding, was, as the mayor mentioned, to make sure that the premium rate structure is adequate. So a couple of details to help support why I recommend that the city look at the 19.3%. We work closely with Blue Cross Blue Shield, like most insurance advisors in Massachusetts that are in this business space. When Blue Cross Blue Shield assembled its recommendation for the city's health insurance plan, when we looked at that data, the components of the program, claim estimates, administration, small insurance costs for medical stop loss, it totaled 19.3%. So far exceeding sort of the initial recommendation. Now, the initial recommendation comes from an historical analysis that the current advisor provided. We do the same thing with our self-funded clients. This is an opportunity based on our escalating cost where it's appropriate for the city to look towards Blue Cross as really the organization that directs what the rate increase should be for fiscal year 27. So the starting point should be 19.3%. Now, I want to advise the council that projection does not presume any deficit recoupment, and it doesn't assume any adjustment for incurred but not reported claims, because that amount, which is roughly 2 months worth of premium, should be sitting in a trust fund somewhere in the city's accounts, and it does not exist. Question?
Okay, I'm gonna request that you dumb it down a little for me. For me.
Sure.
When you're, and I don't understand the insurance lingo, so if you could say, you expressed the deficit, correct? That we should fund the deficit?
No, all I'm saying here is the city's position should be, if there's a presumption to assume continuing self-insurance for another year, the rate basis should reflect what Blue Cross Blue Shield has presented, which amounts to 19.3%. If that runs according to plan, then we cover our expenses for the next 12 months. It doesn't do anything other than that.
Okay.
So I want to make sure that point's clear, because that becomes the baseline.
Thank you for that. But you did say there were three ways for us to do it. Self-funding, we could go in the same with other communities, or the GIC.
And the GIC, right.
We've only talked about what we have and the GIC. Why haven't we talked about the middle option?
Well, because our claims experience doesn't allow it to be a good business partner for anyone else at this point in time, because
Who doesn't allow it, sir?
I'm sorry?
Who does not allow it?
Your claims data doesn't make it an attract. We would need to be an attractive risk for other communities. By the way, the three largest employees around here are also in the GIC.
Okay.
I will mention to you that we also approached Blue Cross Blue Shield, and we said we don't want to be self-funded anymore. We would want to go to an insured contract effective July 1st. They quoted a rate of 36.9% over our current costs.
Okay. So
the insurance company, to insure us, pretty much almost twice of what we're coming up with just on a self-funded basis. Okay, why the GIC is of consideration is a couple of reasons. Number one is I want the council to know that the PEC has been engaged over the last couple of weeks with meeting and listening to us explain why we thought the GIC is a good opportunity. Okay? Lots of great questions, lots of information. It's a very complicated subject. We're only addressing what might be in the best interest of the city and the members. The earliest the city could consider joining the Group Insurance Commission is January 1st of 2027. The initial engagement would be for 42 months because the GIC requires the initial engagement to be at least 3 years. It could be as long as 6 years, but obviously since we're joining off anniversary, it would end up being 42 months beginning January 1st. So reason number one why this makes sense, in working with the Public Employee Committee, we suggested that it may make sense since there is a reduction in premium if we move to the GIC, that we propose changing the contribution splits, which we are thinking about and reviewing and evaluating with the Public Employee Committee, where we would actually have the city incur a higher contribution on average than they're doing today. So in other words, most of the members either at 75-25 or about 64-36. What we're proposing is that most members would all move to 75-25. More importantly, the retirees would move from 70-30 to 75-25 and lower their monthly premium. So step one was we improve costs for the retirees. In addition to lowering their costs, we're increasing the contributions, and we're avoiding a January 1, 2027 rate increase. If we stayed self-funded, the retirees see a calendar year increase, not a fiscal year, because they follow the Medicare year, which is January through December. So we lower their monthly premium. The benefits, by the way, under the Group Insurance Commission for retirees are almost identical to the current Blue Cross Blue Shield Medics plan that the 900 or so retirees have today. The plan works the same. Medicare retirees can go to any provider in the country that accept Medicare. That's the way it works today. The plans the GIC offers work exactly the same. You can go to any Medicare provider that accepts Medicare in the country. So there's no disruption. It's the easiest plan to present and evaluate, and it improves, obviously, the retirees' contributions. There are also 4 retiree plan options. We only have one today. One of the options actually lowers their cost by about $40 a month and does improve benefits. So there's a huge advantage for the retirees considering the Group Insurance Commission. I am concerned that on January 1st of 2026, we saw about a 20% increase on retiree costs. It's very likely that we'll see another increase on January 1st of 2027. More importantly, you're looking at just the retail costs to the city and the members. We also need to worry about, Maggie has to manage the impact of rising healthcare costs on OPEB and GASB valuations. You have almost 1,000 retirees. When I first started looking at the city of Methuen, you had 600. That population is going to continue to increase. So it is something that probably should be primary focus. In addition to that, all of the active employees, with the change in splits, other than 7 subscribers that we identified, and that's roughly 950 subscribers that we're looking at out of that 950 subscriber pool, by going to the GIC, by going to 75-25, by going to the plan options that we're presenting, because there are 8 plan options within the Group Insurance Commission. No one member is restricted to a plan selection. The GIC does have a requirement based on where you live, what plan options you can enroll in. This was one of the reasons why we identified the GIC as an option to consider in fiscal year 20, because you have almost 100 employees, 97 to be exact, that live in New Hampshire. So they can't necessarily have all of the same plan options as all of the other employees. They are limited because under the GIC, selection process is based on where you live, and that's how the program kind of gives members various options. And I think you'll see that in the information that we've presented. What we did do, right, to try and get to kind of the point here, is what we did do is we, I don't know if these probably difficult for the audience to see. You'll see Christmas tree charts, right? Green and red there, I guess at some point. It should be page 7 and 8. What we have done in working with the PEC is reviewing, by the way, I don't want to ignore plan design. I'll get to that next. I want to talk about premium contributions first, right? We all want to know what it's going to cost us, so that's important. And then we'll get to the plan cost sharing features. So what we did is we looked at the different populations. You have basically 4 groups to be concerned with, excuse me. There are members that are in our PPO plan, right? They're in Massachusetts. There are members that are in the HMO plan. Now, this is a little bit of a challenge because the HMO is Blue Cross Blue Shield's network, Blue New England. So it includes folks that are in New Hampshire and possibly Maine can be in that plan. So what we've structured is 75-25 for the most popular GIC plans. That gives all of the population, other than those 7 members, all of the population a way to reduce their premium costs. And you can see on these charts, and I'll take the PPO family, which is currently 186 members that are in Massachusetts. The monthly cost on July 1 will go to $1188.83 a month, or about $14,000 a year in premium. As an example, they have 5 plan options in which to select from. We will educate the membership with the carrier options, WellPoint, Harvard Pilgrim, and Mass General Brigham Health Partners to understand network access, any provider disruptions, and benefit plan design to make sure that folks are aware that there's one of these plans that fits the best for their needs, where they live, whether or not they need By the way, the GIC plans work fundamentally different than our current HMO plan. Currently, we need a primary care physician and specialist referrals. The Group Insurance Commission doesn't require any of those. They just want you to use a network. The WellPoint plans, and I'll focus on those because it's easy to explain sort of the consideration. The WellPoint plans are most popular in New England. Number one is WellPoint is actually Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. Blue Cross Blue Shield of Massachusetts, our network, uses Anthem in New Hampshire and Maine. We have 99% of all of the utilization out of Massachusetts in the WellPoint plans. The WellPoint Plus plan is the plan I would recommend that most of the members consider, because they will likely have no disruption. Very rarely do we see a provider doesn't accept the Group Insurance Commission option. They may think it's not covered because they're used to the plan called Unicare, but some of the providers now will understand it that it's currently WellPoint. Each of the plan options, for the most part, has a similar plan design. So if you go to slide, green and white. Okay, so it's slide 2. This is really important because one of the details in the process is making sure the members understand what are their current cost share features, and then what are the cost share features under the Group Insurance Commission. So our current plan is slightly different because it comes with a $1,500 deductible for individuals, $3,000 for family. We are very creative here in Methuen. There are 2 HRA programs based on whether you're a wellness care participant or not. If you do participate in the city's well plan, you can get up to $750 of your $1,500 deductible reimbursed, or $1,500 of the $3,000. If you don't participate, and 2/3 of the members do not participate in the wellness plan, then you only are entitled to $250 of deductible reimbursement or $500 family. The GIC's deductible is only $500. It's less than the current plan after the HRA. Question?
Excuse me. I'm trying to grapple with all the information you're giving us right now, but I could see clearly in the audience right now, you are providing so much information right now that it's a lot, and I'm part of the GIC. So I think one of the things we should do is kind of slow it back.
Okay.
Just a tad bit. One of the questions that I have is when it comes to specialties, because that's a lot of people are scared about. I personally, I could relate to them. I have to go see a specialist for my MS. So for certain diseases, like cancers and stuff like that, how would that affect under the GIC? Can you, because that's where a lot of these people, I feel like.
Great question.
Yeah.
So this is the benefit to the group insurance commission plans. The plans I've been referring to are open access. What that means is under the WellPoint Plus plan, as an example, just to make it simple, right? It uses all of the same network providers the members have today. Outside of Massachusetts, it uses Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield, all of the same providers because Blue Cross of Mass uses Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. So all of the specialists are likely in these plans. If in fact there isn't a specialist in the plan, highly unlikely, these plans have non-network coverage. You can go to any provider. If you decided you needed to go to New York for treatment, if you decided you wanted to go to the Brown Medical Center for treatment, if you decided to go to Cleveland Clinic, it's covered. They're not covered today under our HMO plan. They are covered under a non-network benefit under the PPO, but there really is no limitation to provider access. It might be under a non-network side of the benefits, but it is covered. You can go anywhere you need to go. So I highly suspect that in Massachusetts that you'll have access to the specialist here and not need to go outside, but the GIC does permit non-network access. That is a huge benefit, much different than our current plans. In addition to that, remember, I mentioned Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield. It is larger than Blue Cross Blue Shield of Massachusetts, which uses the Anthem network on a national basis. So I highly suspect we won't run into a specialist care. We did tell the members that the way this would work is the mayor signs with agreement from the PEC. We sign a letter of intent. We go to the GIC and we tell Matt Vino we're joining on January 1st. We spend pretty much the whole fall educational meetings, all of the carriers on site, answering questions, working with HR, inventorying all of the FAQs, trying to find out questions people have. WellPoint actually mentioned to the members at a meeting that if they have someone that's not in their network, they would go and try to contract with them to be in network. But access to care is not the issue. The issue here really is understanding what the plan options are and then educating the members to pick what we think would be the best selection. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, it's a lot. I have more questions, but I feel like I gotta keep wait.
Let me keep going on this because this is really the point. So we've kind of show here the Harvard Pilgrim Explorer plan. That's determined in the state regulations to be what the state refers to as the benchmark plan design, which is legislatively the target for all municipalities. You can see that, what are the differences? So we know the deductible is lower even after the HRA. We know that some of the office visits are either equal to or less, but there are some specialists and some primary cares that are actually higher in cost. What the GIC does do, whether we agree that this is appropriate or not, is they do tier providers. They tier providers on quality and cost, right? And they also separate hospitalizations where in Massachusetts, each hospital is put into 3 tiers. One would be for behavioral health, that's the lowest at $275. The second tier is $500 for hospital inpatient, Lawrence General, for instance. And then Mass General is obviously one of the more expensive facilities, as is like maybe Brigham and Women's, for instance, and that comes with a $1,500 copay. So that's the basic difference. There's a couple of other copay differences, but that's the basic difference. There's a deductible, and then if there's hospitalization, then there's a hospital copay. We know the mayor's office is evaluating what is the impact of those hospitalizations on this population. We are now getting data. We can tell the PEC, I just studied the last 12 months of utilization. We can tell you how many people went to Lawrence Memorial, how many went to Winchester, how many go to Mass General, Brigham and Women's. So we can identify what that cost has been to the membership. And we'll have a discussion about that, right? Because we do know that's an additional cost share feature that doesn't exist today. In addition to that, we will do is, we know that non-Massachusetts hospitals, they all come with a $500 copay. And we can measure those as well. So we have a good sense on what does the cost share mean to the membership so that we can value that as well. So goal one, right, was to try and reduce everyone's cost over the renewal, right? So we can do that generally, other than those 7 members that I mentioned to you. We can talk about how does the cost share structure work under the GIC versus the current plan. We can establish and tweak the HRA that's in effect today, all right? We don't have to do away with that. So there's a number of advantages for the population. What do I like about this the most is as you hire, you had like 700 employees when I studied this plan in 2019. You have almost 1,000 now, right? That changing demographic is going to continue to pressure not just the budget, clearly, but obviously the risk itself. The GIC has a healthcare plan, the Community Choice, which has a really low premium because it limits hospitalization under the network side of the arrangement, but gives a member the opportunity, if they need to go to an expensive hospital, it still provides coverage. There is an out-of-pocket coinsurance amount. We can talk about that with the PEC as well. But the variability and the flexibility is really the key here, right? So if we're going to stay self-funded, we really need to think about that percentage increase that I had mentioned. The GIC can meet a lot of different demands with a focus on benefiting the retirees, number one, right? That's our goal. And that keeps them with a lower premium than they're paying today, avoids the January 1st rate increase, keeps their benefits the same, and gives them more options. That's half your population, right? That's the 2,000 subscribers, and half of them are retirees. Well, I don't think you want me to go through all the rest of these slides. I think it might be important maybe to, answer questions that folks might have at this point.
If I could maybe to help guide the conversation, and this might help with some additional questions that the council might have. So right out of the gate, I think Ken addressed some concerns about loss of coverage, which is a common, from what we've learned just here in Methuen, very likely misconception about the GIC. I think it would be helpful, given the fact that on tonight's agenda, one of the items that we have is a free cash transfer to true up the health insurance rate increase, Ken. So we're going from an initially projected 6.5% per the prior broker. I think it'd be helpful to get into how that was calculated and how it's wildly off from the 19.3, which is required of us. And then the second thing I'll ask is if you can share very briefly how many more times Methuen will have a health insurance trust fund deficit if we were to switch to the GIC, and why?
Well, the budget certainty becomes a huge asset, right? Because at the beginning of the year, we have an enrollment into the Group Insurance Commission and we have a premium number. That's it, right? We are done. We can get on with providing services to the city, and that's exactly our goal here. This is really, I'm going to answer the two questions this way. A big concern with the rate forecast based on the initial by the way, any competing organization will analyze my data and say, you did this wrong, you did that wrong. Here's my concern. The renewal was set using data through September 2025. Since then, we've had a number of claim months, and Maggie knows this, 3 of which would keep me up pretty solidly most of the night. In February, we had a 142% loss ratio. That means we paid a claims bill to Blue Cross at $2.6 million. We collected $1.8 million from the city and the members. We had another one in March, $2.366 million. The last 3 months have run over 120% alone. Those 3 months were excluded from the rating calculation. We need to kind of this is mission critical to be on top of this every minute. Someone needs to run into Maggie's office and explain, hey, did you know this? That's not a job that's easy to do when you've got a budget, you're putting it together. She's got money coming in from retirement systems. She has money coming in from various enterprise systems. She has money coming in from all over these different accounts. It is extremely difficult to put a handle on all that and what it means. I've reconstructed what the numbers should be based on the enrollments and their working rates. Again, working rates, they're not premium rates. Premium rates are fully insured. We don't have those. We have our best guess at what the cost should be over a 12-month period with adjustments based on this type of data. But these last couple of months are huge. More importantly, when you look at the data, and we discussed this with that particular company, there's a couple of large claimants that were in this earlier data that are not continuing. We would have expected this data would have been supported by a couple of really large claims. They are gone off of the plan. Either they've resigned off the plan or they've recovered, hopefully recovered. That claims data doesn't support, this claims data doesn't support large claims. That means our utilization is elevated. Unless someone can tell me healthcare next year is going to be cheaper than it is this year, we're already at 112% through these 10 months. You can't tell me 6.5% is going to be the right number. It doesn't even cover part of our current deficit, a current difference between what we're collecting and what we have for expenses. So the mayor's right. This is going to continue. This isn't getting any better. I hope I'm wrong. It's what I always say to any client. I hope I missed this thing tremendously. Let's rely on Blue Cross Blue Shield. They're the experts. They have data. They have expensive actuaries who are looking in. By the way, their data eliminates GLP-1 drugs. That was $1 million spend, and it's gone. And they still came up with 19.3% overcover. It would be, I think, irresponsible to settle on 6.5. I think that 19.3 is solid for a projection for fiscal year 27. Council?
Thank you. Councilor Drew has a question for you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ken?
Yes.
This is a lot of information. I'm usually pretty good with numbers, but it's a lot of information. I wish we had this when we got our packet so we could have digested it a little bit more. When I look at this page, the one you have up right now, this is currently what the city has, and this is what the GIC would be.
That's just the benchmark plan. Not all of the plans, Counselor, that we have that we're showing have that level. Some actually have lower deductibles and copays. This is the benchmark. This is the most popular plan within the GIC today.
Okay, so the column on the right is what we currently have. The column on the left is what the GIC in the most popular plan
with one
that
asterisk
you would suggest to most employees.
Just remember, our current plan has an HRA, health reimbursement arrangement. So the members don't have a $1,500 final deductible. If they're in one of our wellness plans, it's only $750 and $1,500 because the city pays half of it. If they're in the other wellness or not in the wellness plan, then the city will contribute $250 individual and $500 family. So then their deductible is $1,250 and $2,500. Even after the HRA kicks in, the GIC deductible is less than the net result for the member. So that's sort of the starting point of how to look at the cost share.
Okay, so when you went through and you looked at all of these dollar figures for everybody in the city and all of the employees that we currently have in historical data, how many people actually hit their out-of-pocket maximum?
So I don't have that, but I can certainly check on that because that's one of the issues. That's the reason why what we want to consider is asking the mayor's office to consider the the co-pays for hospitalization. Think about it this way. If the member gets $1,500 paid and they happen to have an inpatient hospitalization, the carrier, WellPoint for instance, is going to accumulate the exposure, even though they didn't pay it, towards their out-of-pocket maximum. So there is a difference. You're right. There's a difference between the out-of-pocket maximums under our plan and the GIC.
Yeah, I mean, there's a $4,000 maximum per year for a family and a $2,000 max a year for an individual. So, I mean, we're talking about saving $4, $5, $6 million a year going to GIC. Is that my understanding? How much are we talking here? Because
we're not saving that kind of money. We're saving about $3 million, and we're working on how much of that savings would be redeployed through the discussion with the Public Employee Committee, because there's two things we're looking at, right? We're changing the contribution splits, and we're looking at potentially another program to help with some cost sharing. So it's a little bit more complicated than that.
'Cause I just want to know how many people are hitting that maximum out as it is now. Because if there's a 350 people, 500 people that are doing it on $4,000 a year, I mean, that's a lot of money. I mean, is that what we're seeing in the savings that we're going to put back on the people that work for this city?
So there's one other element of savings here that I think it's important to dive into, and that's the fact that under the GIC, which is fully guaranteed by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the city of Methuen would never have a deficit
right.
ever again, as long as we're in the GIC.
I love the fact that we wouldn't have a deficit, but at the same time, I don't want to put a deficit on the people that are working for the city.
So
Ken can get into that. That's not true.
if I may, Counselor, can you take a look at page 7 for me? Because I think there's two pieces to your discussion. If you look at the family, which is the second row, you'll see the annual cost is $14,265. That member, if they enrolled in the WellPoint Plus plan, saves about $6,000 in premium.
And that's equivalent to what they currently have. There's no interruption in any of their service, all of their doctors, prescriptions, everything.
As best as we've been able to learn, there's no differences in access to providers.
So your costs, when I look at this, it's just a lot of numbers here to try to digest
Absolutely.
on the fly.
I'm trying to tell a lot of messages all in one night.
So is this plan that you just referenced, the $14,265?
That's what your employees will be paying for family coverage beginning July 1st.
That is, I mean, everybody seems, your individual tiers, what is?
You have either individual family coverage, either PPO or HMO coverage.
Okay, so on that one that you're talking about, there's 186 families and 213 individuals?
Correct.
On that type of plan?
On that too, yep. Counselor, some employees might actually select plans that are even less money than the plus. That's their prerogative. We're not going to tell them they can only select certain plans. They have all of these plan options. We'll educate them to see which ones make the most sense for them to consider. So here's another huge advantage, and this is the reason why I'd like you guys to consider the timing. We do this for January 1st. We have a fall educational meetings. Members would have an open enrollment. HR is going to love us, probably in September, October, or in November. They have another open enrollment in April because this plan will renew on July 1st, 2027. Your self-funded plan, if we stay where it is, will renew on July 1, 2027. There's going to be a relative adjustment for both plans. Okay, we're not setting 19.3 and walking away. We're just trying to get through the fiscal year.
You have a question, Counselor?
Yeah, so the question that I have, and like I said, I'm not going to speak on behalf of the members. You're saying that if we go up to 19%, that goes back, that's getting their premiums up, and like the 19% is basically them going up on their plans and paying for it, correct?
That's to break even, Counselor.
Yeah, but that's going to raise their premiums, correct?
Yes, raises everyone's premium, correct.
So again, I understand that. I think what they want to see is the comparisons.
Yep.
What's going to happen with their 19% compared if they go to the GIC. Also, I'm on the Explorer. There are good things about it. I was able to keep all my doctors, but also at the same time, there are certain things that charges go up. Lab works after certain things that they also say to me, well, you could get this lab, but you can't get this lab. But then the next time I go, they say they'll cover the lab. There are good and bad things about these plans. And I think what's discouraging them is they hear about it and it's little information at a time to them. And then the time frame. It's always the thing about Methuen. We always have to do it now. It's never like, let's get it together and have a plan together. And then, because I bet you, if you actually, we did it and we had more of these hearings leading up to it and having these conversations, because honestly, Ken, you have been great with enlightening all of us, but I'm still grappling all this information and I'm part of it. I can only imagine what they're feeling. And I just feel like if we had more hearings of this and understandings, maybe Q&Rs and stuff like that openly, people might be on board. But they have lived here as long as I have, and they always rush it here in Methuen. They always do things and it backs them in a corner. And I just feel like, Mr. Mayor, just one second, Mr. Mayor. And I'm not saying the mayor's doing it or you're doing it, but it's history to them. And it's not fair. And I feel like we need to do more too on top of it. And that's why I want to hopefully keep this conversation going. But I can see that in their eyes over there, they have so much confusion right now. And I just feel like we need to do more in this Q&R stuff and hear their questions as well. Just figuring that out.
Very briefly, if I can just quickly respond. So I am now 6 months into a 24-month term. We have 2-year terms in the city. This has been a structural issue and a missed opportunity for the city going back years, actually probably more like more of a decade plus. And so for me, I'm in a position where we have these major structural issues, right? We have a healthcare plan that's fantastic with Blue Cross that folks love, but people have not been paying the full cost of that plan, right? And so right now on July 1st, I'm having to increase rates on average 19.3% just to ensure the solvency of our healthcare system in the city of Methuen. If I don't do that, we will run yet another probably $5+ million deficit in fiscal year 27. With this information and with this look under the hood that I promised I would do this fiscal year, if I have this data and I sit back and I do nothing about it, then shame on me, because then I'm not doing my job and acting in the best interest of the taxpayers who hired me to try to fix some of these issues and do this work. So the issue that we have is that we have been engaging in ongoing conversations with the PEC. One of the challenges that we're seeing here is we're trying to be transparent and share this information with the council, with the public, with everybody. The issue is that not every member of the PEC has been part of every single conversation among the actual bargaining unit in the second floor conference room. So many folks are indeed hearing this probably for the first time tonight, and I appreciate the challenge with that. And I don't want to diminish that. There's a lot of concern, and I know people feel like they have their backs up, right? But at the same time, I said that I would get a look under the hood. I'd bring in, of all people, the same folks that Sean Cronin brought in back in 2019, strongly suggested we take a course of action. We didn't, and now we have all these consequences and wasted money, if you will. And so, you know, given that context and with this information, if I don't act on that and at least bring this to you, try to initiate this conversation with the PEC, then I am no better than anyone else who has simply kicked the can down the road, and I can't do that. Just to clarify.
Yeah. So Mr. Mayor, I'm not saying going under the hood is perfect and raising the rates for 19 to cover a deficit. That is your job as mayor. I totally understand that. And they have to understand that as well, that there was obviously something happened in the past. You are cleaning up other administrations that maybe did not fulfill their obligation. So I commend you for doing that. But I'm just saying, I just think, like I said, I'm not saying that this is not a bad idea. I'm not saying, but to these members that they're hearing it for the first time, I just feel like we just got to keep asking questions. I understand the rates have to go up. I'm not disregarding that. I'm just saying, I'm looking at them and they feel like they're being rushed. But you're right, you've been in this term for 6 months and you're fixing something that has been probably asked to fix for now a decade. But again, for some people, change is difficult, but also at the same time, you have to explain what is going on. And I feel like to all members. And that's all I'm going to say about that. I can see it, and I'm trying to make sure they're all taken care of. That's all.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Santos, you had.
Okay, so correction. Mayor said that he's been on his administration for 6 months. It has been longer than 6 months on your administration. And you already
Counselor,
knew.
he said 24 months.
Oh, 24 months. I'm
24,
sorry.
yeah.
I thought you said 6 months. But I'm just going to piggyback on Councilor DiSoglio. This is an issue that cannot be resolved in a day. This is too much information. We were not even provided with a PowerPoint for us to review it before it was presented to us. So it is unfair to our teachers, to our police department, that we make a decision on something that we just don't even have the correct information on.
So there's actually, Counselor, respectfully, no decision for you to make tonight. I'm simply providing information. I'm trying to be transparent and share that with you. Ken, I think it would be helpful as well to share with the council what the consequences would be if hypothetically we were to make 0 changes, if we were to maintain the original broker recommendation of 6.5%, if we were to stay self-funded on an ongoing basis, and if we were to still continue to run up deficits year after year. What would be the end result of that to share with the council?
So we
Ken, if you can hold that for a minute, I don't want my meeting to be taken hostage, so I'm going to reel it back in. Mr. Mayor, thank you. The question, and I want to allude to the counselor's question to you, because I am feeling that they have a confusion. And I'm talking directly about Counselor Santos. I think that with that vote of 6.5 million, which is separated, I think maybe that's what she's alluding to. So I think if you could clarify what those votes mean in context to what Mr. Ken's going to answer, because as we discussed on Friday, myself, my question to you was pretty much what happens if we do make these transfers, but we don't go into the GIC, or we do, or is the plan, does it matter if we make it and go into the GIC? So I think explaining that might help. Okay.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you, Chair.
Right out of the gate, there are the only things that are on the agenda tonight deals with covering the costs that we need to have covered by the end of the fiscal year. So there's 2 items on the agenda that relate to health insurance and covering those costs before June 30th. The first is the big transfer. It's $5 million to cover the health insurance trust fund deficit that is projected for fiscal year 26. We either take it out of free cash ourselves, right, and make sure that that's covered by June 30th, or what's going to happen is we would end the fiscal year, not have it covered, and then the state's just going to take it from us anyway. So it either is going to come from a vote of the council to transfer that and cover that cost, or it'll be held against us by the state. Secondly, there's the transfer for the 1.5 that would be the true up between the initial projected 6.5% increase that our prior broker had recommended that the city pursue. And so that is completely inadequate as a result of this study that we've gone about with NFP. It should be 19.3. So the second transfer is to ensure that we have enough funds to provide for the employer contribution towards health insurance in fiscal year 27. If hypothetically we do not go about that transfer, and if we just proceed as if we have on paper here a 6.5% increase in rates, then we're just going to run another massive runaway deficit in fiscal year 27. So in essence, the votes before the council tonight are to end the fiscal year to the good without these issues and be able to correct them ourselves using our ability to do so, right? Versus going through this process of having the state hold it against us. And I was sort of asking a leading question of Ken. The end result, if we do nothing, if we simply maintain status quo, go with the prior broker's recommendations year after year, run up these deficits, stay self-insured, but we don't actually assess the proper rates to our employees, ultimately we are on a fast track to receivership. And at that point, we're looking at a situation similar to what Lawrence had back in, 2010-ish, where they ended up telling the city of Lawrence, you have to go to the GIC. And so we have the ability with all of this information, right, to be able to make decisions as fiduciaries ourselves, act in the best interest of the people we represent, make this right, clean up the mess, and then proceed with some structural reforms from there. And so that's really the long and short of what we have on the agenda tonight. And Ken, I'm sure, can elaborate further, but I guess in response to the chair's question, that sums up what we need to do. And if we don't, and we'll just have to deal with the consequences of that.
Mr. Ken, before you answer, Councilor Samard has a comment or question.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I agree with the mayor. I think we're fiscally responsible and obligated to explore the GIC. Nobody wants to lose the votes of the unions. The unions are very important. But I think we're in the right direction where we're going to have a conversation, because I don't think everybody in this audience has the information that maybe some of the unions have, because they've been having that conversation with the city, the unions, the PEC. So we could go on all night. We have a very thick agenda. We can go on all night. If Ken is almost done, I say we do a Q&A from each union to their union reps, to Ken, to the city, answering the questions, and we do it quickly, maybe a public meeting. But like I said, we can go on all night asking questions that they deserve to be answered, but I think tonight is not that setting moving forward. So that's my take.
So if you would at least answer what the mayor asked of what's the worst case scenario?
I think you're referring to these bulletins from the, yeah. So we are advising that the DOR just issued a bulletin in February. So both of these issues now impact the city. So we have a self-insured trust fund without an adequate incurred but not reported estimate. So Maggie's going to have to decide what that is with some recommendations, probably Blue Cross Blue Shield, and take action about how it gets recorded. And I don't know the details of the internal service balance sheet, but so now that has to be identified. And roughly maybe $4 or $5 million is that figure, several months worth of premium. And then we will have a deficit. We are in a deficit today. We will have a deficit based on projections. And then the deficits are, as you can see, are a reduction to free cash. And I think that's what the mayor's talking about. So you'll have whatever the free cash amount is reduced by the estimated deficit or the actual deficit under the healthcare trust fund. So those are the two negatives that we're trying to get out from underneath, right, by getting out from self-funding. We don't worry about this with the GIC, but we do so long as we're self-funded with Blue Cross Blue Shield. So these are also part of our review, right? We just can't, the mayor's right, we just can't ignore this. If the 19.3 is adequate, covers us for the year, at least we know what our deficit is today. We can, I don't want to say manage it, but at least you'll identify it. If it deteriorates because of an inadequate rate level, the city is paying a disproportionate amount of cost under the health plan. Right now, it's about 69-31 city versus members based on all the variations of plans. Every $1 million we miss, right, in premium costs the city of Methuen about $690,000. So if we miss the mark by several points, say it's 5 points, right? You know, we're talking well over $4 million that you're now paying. Not being insensitive here, but the members' pro rata share is not in any of those deficit numbers. So Section 3A of 32B does permit, and I would advise the city to look at that provision, does provide for the city to redevelop the contribution ratios to the extent that the city has overfunded the costs that were previously incurred. So there's a lot of moving pieces here. We're trying to solve just about 4 or 5 different issues, by thinking about getting out from self-funding. I mean, that's the basic issue here, is we're just not adequately rated to be self-funded. We would love to hear that we have a $10 million surplus in our healthcare trust fund, keeping in mind the healthcare trust fund is a checking account only to be used for employee benefits. So it's okay, right? You to put money in, the members to put money in, and for it to create a surplus. That's the goal, to handle those adverse risk years. And we don't have that right now.
Thank you.
This is also very important to share, just eyes wide open for everybody. If hypothetically we don't use our available funds tonight to resolve the health insurance trust fund deficit for fiscal year 26, there's another part of this bulletin from DOR that states that another mechanism to recover the deficit is by
raising it under the tax rate. So you have another option where we just send the bill on to the taxpayers, and that's that is an option as well. I
We can't do
certainly,
that.
yeah, that's really up to the council and finance to decide.
Mr. Ken, final question, and I'm not sure if anybody else has anything, but what happens the day the state says, I'm no longer going to bail you guys out as municipalities? Do we go back under the GIC to square one? And I might be thinking way outside the box. So you're saying by going to the GIC, we're saying here, any deficits are covered by the state, correct? They
Yes,
bail
once
us
we're
out.
part of the GIC, the 60 or so communities, along with the state employees, are all in one risk pool.
Yeah.
If it runs a deficit, then Mara will go to the legislature
Yeah.
and say, hey, I need.
So what
whatever.
happens, right? We're in elections, and in the future, they say, I'm not covering your deficits. You municipalities handle your business. At that point, we're back where the square where we are now.
No, I don't think that's the case. What happened this year was the commissioners. Remember, the GIC is made up of a number of commissioners that represent labor and government employees, if you will. They voted against plan design changes this year. The GIC did not make any recommended plan design changes. That forces the legislature to come up with a difference in premium. So I would fully expect that would continue to happen because the commissioners are very pro-labor at this point, and that's fine because they obviously understand that municipal employees deserve, solid benefits. But ultimately, we're not going to be on the hook for a deficit. That's going to be handled at the state level, rainy day fund type stuff.
Okay, thank you for that. Well, thank you for your time this evening and your presentation. If that's okay, we'll move on the agenda. Thanks, Mr. Ken. All right, I'm going over to the mayor's report, then the CAFO report, and then request of counselors. The floor is yours, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll try to keep this brief. I know we have a long agenda. So since the budget process concluded, we've had an extremely busy couple of weeks. We are in touch with representatives from Verizon about installing a new cell tower in the Howe Street area. There's a notable dead zone there, and it's an opportunity that could help generate some new revenue on top of improving cell service in that neck of the woods. So we're continuing to stay in touch with them and assess potential next steps. We have a contract for grant procurement services on tonight's agenda, which will allow us to finally begin the process of establishing a citywide grant dashboard and double down on our existing efforts to chase after grants and avoid leaving money on the table. The target annual funding goal I've established is on average in the ballpark of $3 to $4 million annually in competitive operating capital grants, not counting formula or entitlement grants. So that's something that we have factored into the RFP when we put that out there. I'm in touch with folks from a program called Summer to help our residents tackle the issue of student loan debt and connect folks with customizable student loan repayment options. Stay tuned for more information about that. The Board of Health, this is regarding an item on the agenda under requests of counselors. The Board of Health will be reviewing and voting on a fee schedule change, or I should say changes, for all health permits at their meeting this Thursday. In the meantime, HHSI is reviewing all building-related permit fees and comparing them to similar communities in preparation for changes to be proposed to the council. I had a meeting actually today with Leslie Melendez from Groundwork Lawrence. We're exploring the prospect of establishing a Methuen outfit for groundwork lines, which will be fantastic. We'll be coming to the council in July with a funding solution for the Constellations program, which would represent yet another major structural reform. We keep talking about health insurance. Special ed is the other big ticket item in each budget year after year. As I've mentioned, I think that an investment like this, and I know most of you agree, and members of the school committee are certainly advocating for this, an investment like this would go a long way toward keeping students in our district instead of paying outrageous out-of-district tuitions to send them to other places for special ed services. This is sort of unrelated, but somewhat in the same vein. I'm going to keep advocating. I think we should all keep advocating for Methuen to ultimately become a school choice receiving community, not just a school choice sending community, which would give us the chance to generate some much-needed revenue to fund our schools amid declines in enrollment. Regarding Alderbrook Lane, I was able to visit with residents there. Councilor Drew joined me last night to chat with the residents, hear their concerns about the recent event that had happened. We shared information that we also passed along to the council relative to the use of this property as housing rather than an actual church facility, so that seems to be largely resolved. I gave them my contact information. If there are any other issues, they can certainly feel free to reach out. Regarding some recent events, today was the Pride Flag ceremony. We held the Teacher of the Year presentation tonight as part of the school committee meeting. Those were two great events. This Friday, we have our first Concert in the Park event, Friday at 6 o'clock. This is at Riverside Park. There's the Firefighters Memorial event. It'll be held this Sunday, the 14th at 9:30 a.m. The Methuen 300 Festival will be held Friday, June 19th and Saturday, June 20th at Nicholson Stadium. There's going to be a Juneteenth celebration at First Baptist Church on Saturday, June 20th at 1 p.m. And then we have our Independence Day fireworks, also celebrating, of course, the country's 250th anniversary of its founding, on top of the 300th, the tricentennial from Methuen. We're having our event this year, Saturday, July 11th. It's going to be at the Loop. It's for the past couple of years, we've held it after the actual date of the 4th. That's helped us to attract visitors from other communities, frequenting businesses at the Loop and the like. And this is also in keeping with the date that was in the fireworks vendor contract from several years back. So that'll be on the 11th. And then just something, I think Councilor Santos tried to bring this up. I was referring earlier to the very abbreviated length of our terms, our ability to actually make change in the community. So just to clarify what I was saying with that, as a mayor and as council, we have 24-month increments to affect change. And so that was what I was speaking to there, just to clarify.
Thank you.
I didn't think I closed the loop on that. Anyway, that's my report. We'll get into other questions under requests of councilors, but that'll do it for now.
Madam Capo, the floor is yours.
If I could merge mine with, there's a few requests from counselors that are related to myself, that if I could just merge it all together and power through. So just an update on the Searles Estate expenses and revenues. Really, most of the expenses are the standard monthly utility costs. The only real outlier there to mention is that we did roll the bond anticipation note, the $3.5 million. The bond anticipation note is a short-term debt issuance, and that's what we had decided to do when we originally purchased the property. And we had only, it's usually a year or less. We had done 1 year for that, we call it a ban. And that was, so we were discussing the RFP and whether we were going to sell the property, et cetera. So we did a ban to have that short-term tie over. Now we're at a point where I think there's uncertainty about where we're going with that. So we thought it would be best at this point to renew that ban so it can roll for an additional year. That saves us long-term on principal payments, et cetera, until we know where we're going with that property. But that does create an interest payment that's going to be due that wasn't anticipated. So you'll see that in TR 26-65. We've been able to cover that interest payment within the general fund budget, but that is creating an expense there that I wanted to note.
The penalty for not renewing the ban.
So there's no penalty, as there's an interest payment because it's debt. But either with a ban, you either pay it off, which was the original intent. We would sell the property. I think we had put, say, $4 million. We would be able to pay off the ban and the expenses that have gone with it. The other option is to roll it into a long-term bond. So if we're going to keep the property, then we could issue it as a bond, roll it in, and pay it off over. It's a big property, 30 years, say. Since we're in this place of unknown, we thought it would be best at this point to roll it again to give us more time to figure out a plan.
Okay. So if I may ask, could you provide the body with a comparison of a 1-year renewal versus doing a bond for the amount? Because if we don't know where we're going or what the future is going to bring to us on this property in a year, could be longer than that. Could we at least compare the options to see if we'd like to do the long term as opposed to the 1 year?
So I can show you what that would look like. Basically, we wouldn't have any principal payments
on the ban.
On the short-term debt. We would only pay the interest, whereas on the long-term debt, you'd pay principal and interest. So that's where that savings
All right.
would
Thank you
be.
for that clarification. That's why the renewing the ban makes sense. Okay.
For another year, yeah.
That makes sense. Okay. Questions, Counselor? Counselor Drew.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
Madam Capo, the ban, I'm just trying to understand it. So you sent me in kind of a highlight of it today. I appreciate that. So this is just for one more year. We're spending $262,000 for that. Next year, if we don't sell the property, we're going to have to do it again.
Well, so I would hope, my plan, our plan would be that at this point, it would be do it or don't do it. So either we're going to roll it into a bond, and you could roll it into our CIP bond that we do our bond issuance every year, but we'd roll it into a bond and pay it over long term, or we'd have the cash on hand to pay it out. You can't ban forever. You can't roll the ban forever. It's short term.
I completely understand.
So I think at this point next year, because we bond usually in the spring, we just did ours for this spring, we would have to either do it or don't do it. We
just transferred from one credit card to another credit card.
Yeah.
Right.
Or pay it off because
0% interest on this one. We'll move it over here because this 0% expired.
That's right, basically.
Okay. So next year we have to look and say, are we going to bond this thing long term and hold on to it and develop it, or are we going to figure out how to move on from it? But from everything we saw from the RFP that came in, it doesn't look like it's something that's possible. So I'm just wondering, just looking at the palette of what was there, why we didn't just explore that bond.
Because you're committing then to 30 years of a bond that I feel was premature at this point, because there is such uncertainty over where we're going with it right now, that I thought it would be premature to start paying on something that we're not sure what we're going to do with it.
But I mean, paying the $260,000, isn't that paying on it anyway? It just feels like we're throwing money.
It's paying
interest-only payment.
It would be more.
It would be
so
more
yes,
if we
we're
bond.
paying either way, but it would be more if we had to start paying it back.
So if we took a 30-year loan, we'd be paying over $260,000 for
Well, and I don't
30
know what the terms would be. I don't know if they give us
that
30
math
years.
doesn't even, I mean, I know when I bought my house, I'm going to pay 3 times more than what I paid for it. I get that. But that math at 262 over 30 years doesn't math, even if you add in the principal cost.
Like that. When you're banding, it's only an interest-only payment. When
No,
you-
I understand that.
when
I
you
mean, for the
bond, it's gonna be
bonding
much
payment, you'd be
bigger
interest and principal.
and interest payment.
Correct.
So that's why it'll be a larger cash flow. I mean, yes, it has its advantages. We'll be paying down the cost of it, but it will be a net larger expense to pay. So
They're also not, this is not necessarily the same as a mortgage where the payment might be exactly the same for 30 years.
they get their interest up front.
They get their interest up front, so it's a different capacity. And I'm
Pretty
not.
good business model. That's a pretty good business model. Thank you.
And about the Searles, I think the RFP, one of the clearest things there's no silver, I can't speak tonight. There's no silver bullet for the Searles. It's going to end up being some type of, I guess, determination of how to put each aspect of the property to use, and that's something that I know we've been.
But even if we bonded, we could sell whatever at some point if we ever did decide to go down the sale route. It's just like selling a property. Yes?
You still can sell it.
We would still just sell it and pay off the bond.
Assuming there wasn't fees, et cetera, yes, we would have to go down that path.
Thank you.
Speaking of the Searles, there will be tours again on June 13th. So check that out. There's signups online. And of course, as part of that process, they ask anybody who sets foot on the property to sign a waiver, things like that to protect the city from a liability standpoint. So that'll be on the 13th of June. I'll go right down the list. I'm going to kind of riff here because there are some things that we are still trying to sort out and work on. So there's a question here about the Housing Authority, about trash collection at the Housing Authority. I need to follow up on that. I've been so hung up on.
That's my question, Mr. Mayor. It is my assumption that we are covering their trash expense, and so I want clarification from the administration how that agreement was made and if it's something that we have to bear for, or because in my research, other housing authorities pay for their own garbage pickup. And so since garbage has been such an issue here in Methuen, wanted to make sure that we are accounting for what we are supposed to be paying.
Yeah, makes sense. I've been hung up with health insurance and special ed.
Yeah,
so,
no, I
we'll get to
understand.
it.
No worries. So we'll keep that on the agenda for the next one.
That's perfect, yeah. Next, we have a request for the paving list to be submitted. So we have the draft list. It's online. Felix requested today that Louis put that online, so that's up there now. The next thing about recovery of abandoned and unclaimed property, it looks like this is a request for the CAFO and the solicitor. I don't know if you have
So I
anything
could
to share.
speak to that. Jennifer has been advertising. She's in the initial process of doing that. And she's in the initial process of publishing the abandoned funds as she's required to do under DOR rules in the newspaper, and she's proceeding forward with that.
How long is going to take the process? Like roughly?
It takes a while. It's like she has to publish twice over a period of months. I can get you the exact schedule. It's a little bit convoluted.
Because I'm just thinking that we have 700,000 there that we can use towards the school, save some positions or cover part of the deficit that we have with the health insurance. That's money that we could be using.
Yeah, I don't know the number but it comes in. I don't know if it'll all come in at once.
I'm sorry, I hate to jump, but so the first step of the process is to advertise it the first time, then the clock starts ticking. It's actually a year from that point. We can't consider it abandoned until a year after the first initial advertisement. So she advertises it, the clock starts, she has to advertise it again. There's a certain couple months
Like a
or something
window.
in between there. To give people a chance to see it and respond to it. If then, after a year from the first initial time that she's advertising, which is what she's doing right now, they have not requested to get those funds, then the city can claim them as our funds.
Okay, thank you.
Next on the agenda, we have an update for the rail trail. I have nothing new there. That's something I'll defer to legal, just given the fact that it sounds like that's not exactly cut and dry. I recommend keeping it on the agenda.
I
rail
can't
tra-
understand anything, Mr. Mayor. What are you trying to say?
We have
That's over the
depot overhangs.
The depot overhang, yes.
Yeah.
I had a conversation with Mr. Gagliardi.
Okay.
And he's willing and able to transfer the property to the city as long as the city present a plan. So my question is it feasible, yes or no? And I just can keep the Rail Trail Coalition informed. I can
would
close
say
this
it's not-
chapter and I can move
I'm
on.
sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I would not recommend that.
Okay.
I mean, it's a portion of a building that belongs to, I think, the International Laborers Union. It has been the subject of enforcement letters in the past. They're under an obligation to fix it. I mean, I defer to the mayor as to whether or not he wants to accept that responsibility, but if it's transferred to the city, then the city is going to have to spend significant funds to fix that when it's the obligation of the building owner to do that. I'm happy to provide that information to the council. And if the mayor wants us to take, further action to try to facilitate that getting done, we certainly can do that. It's something that we can pursue on a legal basis. Just that hasn't been requested, so.
Councilor DeZalgia has a statement.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my understanding of it was partial was owned by the city, and then it was part by the laborers union, and then there's a portion owned by the VFW. That when they received their property, there was a deed exchange where the city or someone said, yeah, you want part of this parking lot, you have to take part of the overhang as part of the parking lot. And then they retain the information. That is what history has been telling me. And the question is, does VFW own part of that building still? Do we know?
So I have no idea whether the VFW owns part of that building, but I can tell you that the city owns none of it. The overhang belongs entirely to that building. And it was the subject of an outside council enforcement letter by the city in 2018 requesting the owner of that property to fix it. And it's now been 8 years and they've done nothing. So I don't know what to tell you about that. I wasn't here then, but I can tell you that the legal department is prepared to enforce that order that was sent to them if that's the will of the city and the mayor.
I'll just say that the city shouldn't be in the business of making fixes to private property, right? But if there are certain aspects of this that are unanswered, question about perhaps ownership, things that we would need to get to the bottom of, certainly we would need to do that on our end and do our full research on it. So I don't have anything to share about a next step right now, but if this is something where there are other nuanced factors at play, then we would certainly take that into consideration. But I just have nothing tonight.
Councilor Drew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I spoke with Mr. Gagliardi as well. And the laborer's position is that the city owns the front half.
It does not.
Hey, please, let me finish to this point. Their stance is that the city owns the front half.
It does not. I'm telling you, it does not own the front half.
Okay, I'm going to call order, and I'm going to have Councilor Drew speak, Mr. Solicitor, and then you can respond. Thank you.
Their position is the city owns the front half. They own the back quarter, which covers their parking lot, and the VFW owns the other quarter on the other side. I'm asking, is it possible for the city to engage the laborers, have a discussion, come to a understanding of what actually is where, do all of our appropriate research, and see if there is a path here? Because it sounds like we've sent something to them, they're saying we don't own that, nothing's getting done with a dilapidated historic piece of property in this city that we should be looking at. It's right on the rail trail, it's a beautiful area right on that rail trail, and I would love to see them try to do something. Is that something we can actually productively do and go and have a conversation about, or is it just going to be we're going to get into a legal war over? I know we sent a letter in 2018, and that's fine. Was that correct? I wasn't here. I wasn't even in the city. So I don't know all of the history. I'm just saying from my conversations with the laborers, this is their stance. Obviously, we know the city's stance. Is there a conversation to be had that we can find a middle ground that makes sense?
We can follow up on it.
We'll do our best.
Thank you.
It's just going to take money that the mayor will have to allot to that. Fix if we were to contribute to that.
Next, we have an update on the feasibility study.
Mr. Mayor, they're not
sorry.
done. Councilor Valley.
Yes,
Something else.
for the repairs, I had a conversation with the president of the Rail Trail Coalition, and he stated that there are some grants available for that, but they can't apply. The only way they can apply if the property is transferred to the city.
So there's your solve. Okay. And then we're moving on.
Also, I know for a fact that because you have your rail trails restoration grants that you could apply for, you could apply for history grants, and also just recently Paval Payano I saw his list, and he's been hearing us about what we're doing here, that we're trying to get that rail trail. Supposedly gave the city $50,000 to our rail trail. So we have $50,000 that we can look at, and with partnership, with grants, and with the labor's union, that's just an idea, to solve a historical building, because it is historical, and it is a beautiful building. And again, as we continue to do this over and over again, we're trying to protect the Searles estate. We should consider protecting all of our buildings, because that's what makes us town 300 years, but we seem to diminishing the 300 years of history. So we have that, and we could talk about it, but I think it's our job to figure out who that belongs to. And if it isn't, belongs to us, we squash that history of saying that we own it, but we're willing, and also VFW owns it. If they don't want it, we can have conversations with the labor's union saying, hey, we're willing to do partnership, but you need to fix your side of the building as well. I know it seems like a wonderful world problem solved, but let's do something. That's all I'm saying.
Thank you, Counselor. Okay, Mr. Mayor.
We'll take a look at it, Councilor. So next on the agenda, we have an update on the feasibility study for public safety buildings and DPW. So as you know, the City Council literally just approved a contract with Weston and Sampson, which I'm very grateful for. We're working on scheduling a kickoff meeting with them just to really take that to the next step. Of course, it's been a slightly hectic few weeks with the heavy focus on solving the health insurance crisis and all that fun stuff. And so with that, we'll have an update to share once we have that kickoff meeting. We have a request for the first report from the sanitation coordinator regarding fines and the like. So, of course, this is a request. I would imagine we're going to want it for the next meeting. However, I do have an update that I received from Director Bauer, sharing this on behalf of the sanitation coordinator. This employee has been out there tagging in over 100 instances, situations where there's been the need to reject trash pickup or recycling due to overflowing trash, contaminated recycling, overflowing recycling, using non-city issued barrels. The employee's also working in conjunction with Lewis and IT from the standpoint of getting that ticketing system up and running, and it sounds like that is moving forward in a expeditious way, hoping to get that up and running in the next week or so. Then beyond that, the sanitation coordinator has been working on establishing a brochure to provide some information to residents. I think that's really half the battle in terms of tackling the issue of tonnage. It's really a matter of getting education out there to residents about the do's and don'ts associated with the program. And they're working on the establishment also of some type of a citywide mailer. So that's something that we can put together in the monthly reporting going forward. The stats that I think are being requested here will include that in the next agenda. Okay. We have requests for information about the Alderbrook Lane situation. I got into that during my report. The esteemed and honorable Councilor Drew is going to want to reach across the table and give me a good smack in the nose. I'm sure I have nothing new to share on the parks and buildings audits. In terms of funding those, they're not in the budget, so that's something that would have to probably come out of free cash, and it's something that we are dealing with tonight in terms of significant drawdown. So, whether we can find potentially other sources of funding for that. I know it's something that I've committed to getting off the ground. We've just had, in essence, a game of whack-a-mole going on in the city right now, just in terms of putting out fires and the like. So, keep it on the agenda. We need to get around to it. We have a request about standardizing city employee email signatures. I'm sure Councilor Drew can get into that. Fire department fees update. The plan is during the July meeting to bring forward the increases in the fee structure relative to the fire department, namely surrounding the ambulance rates, which are quite low compared to other comparable municipalities in the region, and also the lift assist fees, which we discussed during the budget. So those will come to you in July. I'll defer to the CAFO on Munis, and I had referenced during my report the HHSI permit fees review. So all that is ongoing, and that I think includes what I have on the list for requests. CAFO, do you want to get into Munis?
Okay. Counselor Drew, and then,
We could let the CAFO go first.
okay,
and
of course.
As far as the Munis update goes, we are in conversations with IT and Tyler Technologies. We're looking at whether we can go with October or wait till January, and what the two different timings would mean. It's cleaner to do it in January, but if we're ready in October. So we're having those conversations right now. We are scheduling another follow-up meeting in the next week or so to decide so that we can move forward. But that's where we're at right now, either October or January. We're just trying to figure out the logistics.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So we'll just touch on that real quick. So October versus January, I mean, we're seeing a cost savings, assumably?
So you mean from the Harper's standpoint?
Yeah.
Yes. So yes, it would be a little bit of a savings there. It's cleaner to do it in January because of W-2s for our employees. So that's the draw there, especially going to a new system. So that's driving that. Also, my department is losing a payroll person as of July 1. So that is also a critical, that this person is actually the person who's been doing this Munis project. So that's a critical loss for us. And so trying to figure out how we can manage that and still pull off October. So we're just working on that right now.
Okay, if you could update us at the next meeting of what
Absolutely.
that cost would be, savings, if you go in October versus January, so
Sure.
we're just out there and open on it.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor, I hear you on the parks. You're worried about the money. I mean, we're just looking for an RFP, so it's not even securing us to have to spend the money. It's a request to see what's the cost to do the actual audit. I mean, if you'd like me, I can write the RFP if you'd like. I mean, no?
We don't need you to do that. It's on the list.
All right. As for the standardization of emails, it sounds petty, but as I get emails from a whole lot of people across this city, I mean, we're a $250 million a year organization, and there's not a single person in the city that has the exact same email signature. My company, we're similar in size. I hired a guy Monday. He had an email signature that matched every other person in my organization. It just seems like something that HR and IT could get together and put something quickly together and make us look like a professional organization. So this is just a cleanup item that I'd love to see cleaned up across the city. That'll do it.
Thank you. Okay. We're done with the HHSI. Did you talk about that, Mr. Mayor? You did?
Oh, yes. Board
Okay.
of Health will be meeting this Thursday to go through.
Thank you. All righty. Perfect. Let's begin with the contracts, ladies and gentlemen. Motion to approve C2694 Treadmill & Co., Inc., 18 Ayers Village Road, Suite 10, Methuen, Mass. 01844, cold planning and profiling of bituminous surfaces, loading contractors, truck, and disposing outside Methuen. Funded through Chapter 90 for the city's paving season FY 2026 through the Department of Public Works for $28,800. Can I get a motion to approve?
So move.
Motion by Counselor Santos, seconded by Counselor DiZoglio. I'm in discussion. Seeing none, Counselor Valley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Deputy Garcia, I just have a question for you. How many streets will this contract cover?
It's off. The mic is off.
I don't know how to do with this.
Yeah, now
There
it's
you
on.
go.
Awesome. How are you, by the way?
Doing pretty good.
Good to see you.
Good to see you too. So for this contract is not just for specific streets. It's more for locations where we had sewer main break
water main break where we have patches. So this contractor is gonna go mill this localized location. So like that, we have smooth transitions between what was worked on and what wasn't been touched.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Excellent. Any other questions? All right, seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. That's 8. I don't need an EPA on that, no. These are contracts. C-2695. Murray and Paving Reclamation, Inc., 55 Whitney Street, Holliston, Mass. 01746. Butaneous concrete pavement reclamation funded through Chapter 90 for the city's paving season FY 2026 of the Department of Public Work for $648,071. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Councilor Santos, seconded by Councilor McLaren. I'm in discussion.
I have one question.
Councilor DiZoglio.
So quick question. So what I've been reading up on streets, and on some of these streets that have sidewalks, and I could be wrong, but some of these streets that might be getting paved with sidewalks, they're supposed to be ADA compliant as well. So when you're going over a street that's brand new, aren't they supposed to, even if it's like a half of a sidewalk going down a side street, technically, isn't that true that they have to be ADA compliant? Like you have to make them ADA compliant?
That is correct. So we have another contract that's on call sidewalk repairs. So what we're gonna be doing is with that other contract is before we do any paving, if there's a particular street that needs sidewalk work or there's no ADA accessibility for folks, so we'll let the sidewalk contractor, hey, we need to fix these locations in order to provide accessibility. And then once we are done doing sidewalk work, then we'll do the reclamation and paving.
Because I asked that because there's been streets that you could call it a sidewalk or was a sidewalk at one point that gets their paving done, but there's seem to be no ADA compliant over there. So I'm just wondering, and I'm just curious, like, is it because the sidewalk was completely ruined that it's not considered a sidewalk? Or I'm just making sure that we're not setting us up for possibly in trouble with lawsuits because we're not doing ADA compliance on our paved streets. So I'm just...
Yes. So in the past, the streets that we try to pave definitely are the streets that don't have sidewalks, so we don't come with that issue because we haven't had a sidewalk contract. Now that we're proposing a contract to do sidewalk work, then we're definitely gonna be fixing our priority will be fixing the sidewalks on those particular streets that we want to pave. And we've also been having a lot of requests from C-Click Fix, so we also want to address those concerns from constituents. And then regarding these locations where it looks like it was paved, it might have been Eversource, and maybe they trenched and then they had to come back the following year. They're just gonna be doing the paving. They don't have any responsibilities in improving ADA. That'll be the city itself.
Wait, to you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
So you're saying Eversource, when they do streets and tear them up, they're not obligated to follow ADA compliance to the sidewalk?
That's my understanding of it, because they're only doing the trench work and they're only fixing what they disturbed.
Okay.
So then we will have to probably come in and provide accessibility, the city.
Unless they like mess up the sidewalk as well.
Yeah, if anything that they disturb or mess up, then they will have to fix it.
Okay.
Okay, I'm still in discussion. Any other questions? Felix, I have a question for you. There isn't a specific list of streets. Is that because you guys change them as you go?
I've been getting a lot of requests, so I just kept on adding.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
that's the
All
reason.
right, just because I didn't see a specific list.
But we posted it earlier today. If you just put City Methuen paving, you'll see a link to it, and you can see the list of streets. And yeah.
Thank you. Yes, Counselor.
Mr. Garcia, just That email you sent me earlier today, those list of 15 streets or so, those are the current ones, some in the east, the central, and the west?
Correct. So we're doing 17. I sent you one incorrect street. I think it was Riverview Avenue, but that was already done, I think 2 years ago. So just scratch that out. But for this contract, the reclamation contract, we have 17 streets that we want to reclaim. And that's just because it's just really beat up and that's the proper treatment for it. We don't want to mill. If you go to other towns, if it's really, really bad and they, let's say, mill and pave, the base, asphalt base has cracks and they will propagate within a couple of years. So the correct solution is to remove the asphalt, blend it with the sub base, and have a proper asphalt base and top course, so like that the cracks doesn't propagate upwards.
Okay.
So as you stated in the email you sent me today, 18 streets is roughly 3 miles of roadway. That's what this is going to cover. That we're
Correct. So it's
right.
approximately 3 miles of street, and it's 17 streets.
Okay. And you said that there's another one coming down the road that we're hoping to
Yep. So
get through, and we'll do another 9 miles or something.
Correct. So on the website, you'll see the balance of the other streets that we are proposing. That's going to be just milling and paving. And those are streets that are not too bad, but it has to get paved.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Awesome. Okay, I'm in discussion. Any further questions? Seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. C-2696, E.J. Prescott, Inc., 162 North Main Street, Middleton, Mass. 01949, manhole frames and covers, catch basin manhole frames and covers, gate boxes and service boxes funded through Chapter 90 for the city's paving season FY 2026 through the Department of Public Works, $191,850. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Santos, seconded by Counselor DeZoglio. I'm in discussion. Seeing none? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. C-2697, McGovern MHQ, Inc., 401 Elm Street, Marlborough, Mass. 01752-1, 2026 Ford Super Duty F-350 SRW W38 in parentheses XLT four-wheel drive crew cab 6.75 box with service body and 2,000-pound crane Revy. Purchased through MAPC hyphen GBPC 2025 vehicle state contract for the water treatment plant to the Department of Public Works for $136,307.33. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Drew, seconded by Counselor DeZoglio. I'm in discussion. Counselor Drew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Garcia, again, I should have mentioned this one in the email that we corresponded with earlier.
It's
but
okay.
On this one, are you replacing an existing vehicle that you have in your fleet?
That is correct. So the existing vehicle right now can't pass inspection, so this is to replace the necessary vehicle that we need.
Okay, and then we're going to surplus that vehicle?
Yes.
And we should, that's all.
That's
I'm
what we
assuming the
typically
surplus,
do.
I don't know the surplus process, but
So normally, once we go through and gather our surplus, usually about once a year, once every other year, we'll bring it forward, a list to council. You will approve or not, but once the list is surplus, we then go out to auction, and we auction off the vehicles, and then we take the funds into general fund.
okay. I know in the last 6 months that we've been, as a council, we've approved some new vehicles that were supposed to be supplementing other vehicles. I know there's some more coming down the contract line tonight from the police department. Are we planning to do a surplusing this year?
Not before July 1st.
Well,
but
I know
yes,
that.
yes, in the next few months, we will be doing that. And
I'm in the calendar year, not the FY year.
We did 2 years in a row of really big lists because it hadn't been done for a while. So the list hasn't been as long, but yeah, it's due.
Okay, I mean, I'd like to see us surplus a bunch of stuff and get it off our rolls and maybe generate something out of it.
Yeah, it does, surprisingly.
Thank you.
Any other questions or further comments? Okay. Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous. Madam Clerk. All right. We're at C-26-98, Total Mail Industries, Inc., 3 Old Ferry Road, P.O. Box 2308, Methuen, Mass. 01844. The purchase of sand and stone and gravel for the city's paving season FY 2026 through the Department of Public Works for $85,603. Motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Counselor Santos, seconded by Counselor McLaren. I'm in discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. C-2699, Safeware, Inc., 4403 Forbes Boulevard, Lanham, Maryland, 20706-432. The purchase of one Sky DR4A TTSW NAIR Skydio Night Sense drone purchased through the Combis state contract HLS 06 for $24,999.82. I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Santos, seconded by Counselor Drew. Point of information, this is under the threshold. Why is it on my agenda?
So that was exactly what I was going to mention. So technically, I was not required to put this on the agenda. However, it is precisely 18 cents below the threshold.
Okay.
And so just coming from the standpoint of being on the council, if there were expenditures being made that were 18 cents below the threshold, sometimes that can seem cute.
Okay.
If that makes sense. So even though it's under the threshold, it was close enough that for the sake of transparency, given the closeness to the threshold, and given the fact that I had the heebie-jeebies not bringing it to you, I'm putting it before you, even though I don't have to. I don't know if that makes any sense. It's just
I appreciate that,
close.
Mr. Mayor. Now
Yeah.
that sets the precedent that if you're 50 cents below, you might have to do that as well. So just putting that out there. But counselors, this is an item that he could buy without our vote. So it's in front of you. So I got my motions. I'm in discussion. Counselor Drew.
First, I'd like to say thank you to the mayor for putting this on our agenda because it is a hot button item. I did have some people call me on this one because there are people who are concerned about drone surveillance. So, Chief, I don't know if you can come up and just speak a little bit to it. I know I'd given you a couple of questions earlier. And do you, just to help alleviate some of the community's worries and things like that, is there currently a written drone policy in the PD?
Yeah, we sure do. First thing I want to mention is that we've been successfully operating drones in the city of Methuen since 2017. So this is not something new. This is not new technology. It's these are still the line of sight drones that we deploy 24/7. We currently have 8 certified drone pilots, police officers that have gone out and got their FAA training to safely operate drones in our city. We operate them for a variety of reasons. Search and rescue operations, for example. When we have a structure fire, we'll deploy a drone because the thermal imaging can really help out the fire department in determining where that hotspot is located. You may have mentioned the Searles Estate has been a hot button topic tonight. Roughly about a year ago, when around the time we first acquired it, we did have an attempted break-in at the Searles. One of our officers witnessed it happening as we were doing checks on the property. The 2 suspects fled to the Great Court Park. They initially evaded capture. However, we deployed one of our drones, and the drone successfully helped us locate these 2 suspects hiding in a wooded area. So we use drones for a number of different reasons in the city. We probably deploy them 2 or 3 times a month on average. And we've had no issues in terms of privacy or violations of our policy for as long as we've deployed them, and it's been about a decade now.
Thank you very much. And just on the privacy and part of it, how's the data retained? How long do you hold it? Where does it? Who has access to it? That kind of stuff. I know a lot of people have concerns about privacy. So if you could just touch on that.
Well, it'll depend on why we're deploying it. So, if it has evidentiary value, for example, it'll be stored just like any other data-related evidence. It's uploaded to our platform called evidence.com, where it's safely secured. And we would hold on to that data as long as there was an active court case. And once that court case ran its final disposition, it would be destroyed at that point. Other things, we would simply hold them for 30 days. Like, for example, you'll see our drone deployed at some of the events that are coming up that the mayor mentioned during his presentation, during the fireworks, during the 300 celebration and what have you. It just gives us another perspective to see what's going on, to help us identify if there's any emerging problem that the police officers need to address. Those we'll hold for 30 days and then destroy if there's no need to hold them any longer than that.
Thank you. And these are not autonomous drones. There is always a point of sign. There's an officer who can see it at all times. Yes?
Yeah. So there has been a relaxation in the FAA standards, and I think you probably know that I'm very much excited about moving on to the autonomous drones in the future. I think that they are very much the future of policing, but this is not that. This is simply an extension of the ongoing program that we've had for 10 years. This is, again, a line of sight drone. The way that we deploy drones in our city is we have drone pilots on each of our 3 patrol platoons. The pilot will store that drone in the trunk of the police cruiser, and they're out there pre-deployed in the field. And if they're needed, they're launched from the trunk of that vehicle, and that the officer will have what you've probably seen before, that joystick-like device with the viewfinder on there, and they have to maintain the line of sight with that drone. They're not the type of drones that you launch from behind a laptop, for example. They have to be line of sight. So we haven't evolved to that autonomous drone program. Maybe that's something that we'll do in the future, but this is not that.
Perfect. Thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you.
Okay, any further questions? Councilor Samard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I probably should have called you to ask you this. I just didn't have the time, but how many drones do we have, and is this drone going to just have new technology to replace those drones or one of those drones?
Yeah, we like to have 2. One that we use the older one for training, the newer one in the field. We lost one about 18 months ago during a tragic search and rescue event. We had a child that was lost up in the Merrimack River in the Lowell area. I think you're all familiar with how that ended. While we had our drone deployed, unfortunately, we had a bird strike over the river, and we lost that particular drone. So, but yeah, we typically will have 2, one that we use for training and one that we'll deploy in the field.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Chair Clerk. Thank you, Chief. Next item, C-26-100, Island Tech Services, 14 Industrial Way, Atkinson, New Hampshire, 03811, outfitting of 5 police vehicles, 2 Ford Interceptor Policy Utility, 1 Patrol Slick Top, 1 Admin Tahoe, and 1 Parking Enforcement Hyundai. Purchased through CIP funds for the Police Department at $60,546. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Valley, seconded by Counselor DiZoglio. I'm in discussion. No questions? Seeing none? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. C-26-101, McGovern MHQ, Inc., 401 Elm Street, Marlborough, Mass. 01752. 1 2026 Ford K8D Explorer and 1 Chevy Equinox for the Police Department. $82,747. Motion to approve.
So moved. Second.
Motion by Counselor DiZoglio, seconded by Counselor Valley. I'm in discussion.
Madam Chair.
Counselor Valley.
Through you to the capo, Madam Capo. I see the accounts here on the bottom, like 2 accounts from FY26. Can you please clarify that? 44,727 and 34,667 cents.
So, yes, so we budgeted for these 2 vehicles on 2 different lines.
Okay.
And so on my financial impact statement, I tried to show them separately so that you could see what the original amount that was approved was versus what we're using against it. So There is enough funds in there, but we purchased it in one lump, but we budgeted for it in two separate lines.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All set, Counselor? Any other questions? Okay. Yes, Counselor Drew.
Just to the chief again, real quick.
I think you would do a great chair. You like to call people up.
Sorry.
Next
I
year?
apologize.
No, I love it. Next year.
Chief, just for clarification, these were replacement vehicles for vehicles that are in your fleet?
That's correct.
And we're going to surplus those vehicles also?
That is also correct, yes.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Any other questions or concerns? No? Okay. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, unanimous, Madam Clerk. All right. C26-102, Energy Source, LLC, 37 Thurber Boulevard, Suite 101, Smithfield, Rhode Island, 02917. Energy Conservation Project through the National Grid for replacing the oil burner at the North Station Fire Department for $56,151. I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Valley, seconded by Counselor Santos. I'm in discussion. Counselor Drew.
Thank you. I didn't know who to ask this question to. If it was the DPW or the mayor or...
Maybe the
might
chief?
be- The chief, who?
Maybe the fire chief? Because it's
Fire
at the
chief?
fire department?
I don't know if he can answer this question.
No.
It's really, we're going to replace an oil burner.
Yeah, of course.
Is it working currently? And if we are replacing it, what's going to be our return on investment on this in the long term?
So regarding this contract, it's being, just so you know, right out of the gate, it's being funded, at least in part, by the Green Communities Grant to the tune of $56,151. The total cost of the project is actually $110,539. So Green Communities is covering $56,151. The balance is being funded to the tune of roughly $16,000 in utility incentives and $38,000 in National Grid on-bill payment. And then when it comes to the actual savings, it's estimated at, follow this, 71.6 million British thermal units, and the annual cost savings anticipated is 2,089. And with the elimination of the oil-fueled boiler, only 2 municipal facilities will be heated by oil. That would be Nicholson Stadium and the DPW Highway Garage Building, just to share a 30,000-foot view.
So roughly $2,000, is that what I'm hearing? There was a lot of numbers.
Roughly $2,000 in annual savings anticipated by making the switch.
So it takes about 20 years to see a ROI. Okay.
But it's grant funded, just so you know.
It's grant funded for most of it. I just wanted to just check on it. Thank you.
Great. Any other questions, concerns, discussion? All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. All right. C26-103. Energy Source LLC, 37 Thurber Boulevard, Suite 101, Smithfield, Rhode Island, 02917. MHS installing building management system, efficiently controlled HVAC system at the facility for $122,581. Can I get a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by Counselor DiZoglio, seconded by Counselor Santos. I'm in discussion. Seeing, all right, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. Moving on. C26-104, Energy Source LLC, 37 Thurber Boulevard, Suite 101, Smithfield, Rhode Island, 02917. MHS Energy Efficient LED lighting for $43,227. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Santos, seconded by Counselor Valley. I'm in discussion. Counselor Drew.
I'll ask the same question. What's the ROI on this one? Because it's a lot of money to change some light bulbs.
All right, I'll drive you through the rundown. So in essence, this is part of a project that has been ongoing for the past 3 years in terms of LED conversion of classrooms at the high school. The total cost of the project is in the ballpark of $262,000. Green Communities is funding $43,227. So in essence, this is putting $43,000 to the project in Green Communities. It's supplemented by National Grid incentives of $29,029 and on-bill financing of $189,773. Energy savings from the project estimated to result in annual cost savings of estimated $9,000 per year as a result of this. And it is relatively time sensitive simply because the utility incentive program for lighting ends on October 31st. So this will allow us to accomplish this within that time frame, and it's using the Green Communities grant.
So 5 years ROI. Got it. Sounds good.
Any other questions, concerns, comments? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. Moving on. C 26-105, Tasco Construction, Inc., 19 Farm Road, West Bridgewater, Mass. 02379, manhole casting adjustments for the city's paving season FY 2026 through the Department of Public Works for $112,550. Motion to approve.
So move.
Motion by Counselor Santos, seconded by Counselor Valley. I'm in discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. Motion to approve C 26-106, Black Earth Composting LLC, 201 Pine Street in Manchester, New Hampshire, 01944. Program for curbside collection of organic food scrap material for $39,500. Motion to approve.
So move.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Santos, seconded by Counselor DiZoglio. Mr. Mayor, if you have something to say.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a new amenity provided to environmentally conscious residents. There is some degree of cost ultimately for people who want to subscribe to the program, but the gist of it is that food waste accounts for roughly 25% of trash composition. That's per DEP. We applied for and received a grant from DEP for the purchase of 13-gallon food waste collection carts. The goal is to roll this out and have 1,000 households participate ultimately. And it's something that's been quite successful in other municipalities. Andover, Arlington, Newburyport, they have a robust program, and it helps municipalities in terms of implementing a more efficient waste management program, diverting food scraps from the solid waste tonnage. So in essence, subscribers would pay a reduced fee for compost collection by Black Earth, and they receive a free bag of compost in return for it. So there's a whole, rhyme and reason to the program. Grant funds from the DEP Carts Grant and the Recycling Dividends Program will pay the $39,500 cost for the carts, starter kits, and compostable liners to participating subscribers. So in essence, this equips residents who want to sign up and subscribe to the program to have the startup elements taken care of by way of getting a cart, getting a liner, and being able to initiate participation. But keep in mind, it's ultimately a subscriber-based program similar to that found in Newburyport and other places.
Thank you. I saw it was only for 1,000 on the cart, right? No. Okay. Any questions? Yeah. Counselor Drew.
Is there a list? Very inquisitive. Sorry. Again, I mean, this is a pilot program, correct? We're going to roll it out. 1,000 people get to choose they want to do it. To see us break even with the cost of tonnage breakdown, we're hoping to see a loss of, 200 tons? Like, how much are we hoping to see reduced here?
We don't have that quantified, but considering the fact that the state, their information indicates that food waste consists of roughly a quarter. Food waste represents roughly a quarter of trash output. Mm-hmm. So this could very well be, assuming that people are interested in participating, this could be a helpful way for us to reduce our tonnage simply by diverting food scraps out of our tonnage. So it's yet another, I think, creative idea to try to reduce that.
This is just a one-year contract with this group?
Well, if it's successful, we certainly want it to be ongoing. Newburyport has had theirs in place for I don't know how many years, but it's been a couple of years. Arlington, Andover, other examples, they've had it in place
When
for some
you
time.
give us our monthly, trash,
Yeah, we
could
can
you add this to it so we can watch this and track this and make
Yeah.
sure that it's, being a successful program and if we want to continue to implement?
Absolutely. That'd be
Thank
great.
you.
Yep.
Okay. Compost. Okay. Any other further questions, concerns? Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. C 26107, Richard F. D'Ambrosio, Inc., 166 White Street, Weymouth, Mass. 02190. On-call sidewalk repairs through the city paving season FY 2026 through the Department of Public Works for $1,142,843.50. I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor DeZoglio, seconded by Counselor Santos. I'm in discussion. Counselor DeZoglio.
Quick question. There's a part in it that says hot mix asphalt sidewalk or driveway. That is just repairing old asphalt sidewalk and not adding new ash. On page 31. On page 31, if anybody's looking for it.
So when we went out to bid, I included different types of materials, asphalt, concrete, but we also have to remove if there's any old materials through unclassified excavation. So it's just depending what we find. That's if the sidewalk is all concrete, then we'll remove all the deteriorated concrete and we'll put back the concrete. And if it was asphalt, we'll just remove the asphalt, put new asphalt.
The quick question is though, and again, I'm big up on it because it's like a parent's, and also at the same time, concrete lasts longer. It's just a given fact. Director Bauer said that when it comes to salting, concrete can deteriorate, but at the same time, asphalt breaks over time quickly, especially when water gets in there, and it breaks up the concrete on Pleasant View that gets salted all the time. That Neil Perry put in along Pleasant View and Pleasant Valley Street. I've walked over there. It is still in the perfect condition. You go further up on the asphalt that they put in roughly around the same time, it's already breaking apart. So that's why I'm concerned about, again, finding the cheap way, or replacing it when we put concrete down, it lasts longer. I think if I did it was like 25 years concrete's life expectancy, with asphalt is 15. Am I correct around that?
That is around. That's approximately, yes.
Okay. So that's my problem with this contract, where again, we might have put a little small amount, but again, we're finding a cheap way when we can't afford money down the road. I'd rather pay more for our buck now, because concrete's going to go up in the next few years as well, where what we're paying for asphalt now, we could have paid for concrete that we're going to be paying for asphalt in a few years. So could you generally think that way too, or am I just...
So I definitely I see the short term, and I try to see also the long term when it comes to any projects that we do here in the city. But for this particular contract, it's more for like on call. So definitely the streets that we're gonna be paving, like if there's what was mentioned earlier, if there's any accessibility issue, of course all those gonna be concrete ramps. But if now once we get that all taken care of, then we're gonna look at all these C-click fix complaints, and then if we go to street ABC and there's one localized sidewalk that's messed up, but it's concrete, then of course we're gonna rip out the old concrete and put in new concrete. But if it was asphalt, if the balance of the street is asphalt, I don't want to put concrete, then everything is asphalt. It looks kind of weird. You know what I'm trying to say? So it's more like an on-call service. Now for future projects, let's say if it's near the schools or heavily trafficked sidewalks, we could definitely make a project just for that, and we could replace it with concrete.
So to you, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, I get that you're replacing asphalt with asphalt, but the question I'm asking is, instead of replacing with the asphalt for $197,500, how much it would cost us to say to the people, hey, instead of you replacing it with asphalt like we did, we'll pay the extra money, just help you guys just make it concrete. So it lasts as long, because again, the road might be repairing in the next, just say 10 years, 15 years, but if it's concrete now, it's gonna last 25 years. So if it's paying an extra, just say, and again, I'm throwing numbers out there, an extra $100,000 and it'll last us 25 years. Well, why don't we pay the extra $100,000 to make it $297,000 for concrete for those roads that were already asphalt?
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying?
No,
and I could be wrong. I'm just looking at it from.
Yeah, so there's different materials, and of course there's pros and cons for different types of materials. I mean, when it comes to asphalt, it's always slightly cheaper compared to concrete. The life expectancy of the asphalt is a lot less compared to concrete, but just it's all a money thing. So it depends on the money. But I mean, if it was in a perfect world, we would have all concrete paving, but that's very expensive. So we go with asphalt paving. And we try to prolong it with crack seal and so on.
Okay.
All right. Any further questions, discussions? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Madam Clerk, please.
All right, C-26, 107. Council McLaurin.
Yes.
Council Marsan.
Yes.
Council Santos.
Yes.
Council Simard.
Yes.
Councilor Valley.
Yes.
Councilor DiZoglio.
No.
Councilor Drew.
Yes.
Chair Soto.
Yes.
So that's 7 yes, 1 no.
Okay, thank you. Motion carries. We got two more contracts, guys. C-26-108, Waste Management of Londonderry, Inc., 26 Liberty Drive, Londonderry, New Hampshire, 02053. Hauling and Disposal, Transportation, Construction, and Demolition, C&D, Related Material, FY 2027, $227.90 a ton, equals to $710,810, plus container fee of $4,320 equals $706,490 FY 2028 to $239.30 per ton equals $741,830 plus container fee of $4,320 equals $746,150 minus FY 2029 minus $251.26 a ton plus container fee of $4,320 equals $783,226. 3-year total. This is the sum of the numbers. $2,240,186. I need a motion to approve.
So move.
Motion by Councilor
Second.
Santos, seconded by Councilor Valley. I'm in discussion on this item. Councilor Marsan.
How much are we charging now for demolition per ton?
I didn't hear. How much are we actually charging? I'm sorry. I want to say we're charging $250.
Excellent. All right, thank you.
Cheapest in the area.
Madam Chair,
Councilor Valley.
thank you. Through you to the CAFO. Madam CAFO, what was the total revenue generated by the transfer station during the last 3 years? Do you have that number by any chance?
I don't have it right in front of me, but I'll get it for you.
Mr. Mayor, do you think that's something that can be added to the report that Councilor Drew and Councilor DiSoglio requested on the sanitation coordinator?
Absolutely,
Like-
that'd be fine. We can add that.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Counselor, for my keeping, you want a monthly reporting on that? Okay.
I'm sorry, to be added to the report that requested Councilor DiSoglio and Councilor Drew.
So
How
Looking for
much, the
collections?
revenue generation from the transfer station per month in the report, please, and thank you.
transfer station. So you'll have under Mayor 10A, 10B, 10C. I'll set that up for you. Okay. All right. Any other questions, concerns on that line item? Are you asking me something, Counselor? Okay. No. Seeing none. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, unanimous, Madam Clerk, on that 3-year total. C26-109, Campbire Consulting, LLC, 152 Homestead Street, Boston, Mass. 02121. Professional grant writing and consulting services for $75,000. I need a motion to approve.
So move.
Motion by Counselor DiZoglio, seconded by Counselor Valley. I'm in discussion. Counselor Santos.
Question to the mayor, through you, Madam Chair. Just want to know, do we have an expected return on the investment for the city?
So this contract is for a not to exceed annual minimum of $75,000, and so for that, my expectation, as outlined in the RFP, is to generate in between $3 and $4 million in capital and/or operational grants, not counting foundation or entitlement grants that we automatically get to an extent from the feds or any other sources. And so on top of that, the goal would be to establish our first ever grants dashboard citywide, build the schools into it. I think it needs to be an all-encompassing program. And so once we onboard them, hypothetically, assuming the council supports going out with this grant program, then, we would, of course, have those initial meetings to establish the program. But what my anticipation is and my expectation is we need to be seeing that annual return for an investment like that. And that's something that I don't think is out of the ordinary considering a city our size.
So another question I have is, are they, obviously you already said that they're going to be working with different departments in the city, but can we get something in writing of the expectations that we will be receiving per department, like how much the police department will be receiving, the fire or DPW, based on grants, just so we have an idea?
Yeah, my thinking is to share that dashboard with the council so that you can see on a monthly basis grants in the pipeline, things like that. And then my expectation would also be not only to have this firm in touch with department heads and meeting the needs that every department has, but certainly if there were questions from the council, let's say Council DiZoglio finds an opportunity for a rail trail grant, something like that, I would want there to be a degree of communication between the council and these folks as well. So I view it as an all hands on deck effort to really double down on what departments are already doing. It's siloed right now, and so I think this will be a great opportunity for us to break down the walls, break down the silos, and have everybody on the same page and have a dashboard for us all to take a look at on an ongoing basis.
My main point is I'm referring of how much revenue we will be getting from this company by to each department.
So without a crystal ball in front of me determining what an exact prediction would be.
An expectation, that's what I'm asking for.
Well, as outlined in the RFP, I've established an expectation of trying to get in that ballpark of 3 to 4 million annually.
Or maybe an idea per department.
Per department, I don't have that.
Okay.
I don't think that's generally possible.
It's not doable?
But certainly once we put that dashboard, getting that in place, getting a sense of what types of grants are in the pipeline, I think then it would probably be much easier to have a breakdown by department, especially once we see exactly what's in the works in terms of grant applications.
Thank you.
Okay, great. All right. All those in favor, if there's no further discussion, there isn't?
I just want to say thank you to Mr. Mayor. I'm so happy to see this contract in front of this body
That was
tonight.
your baby.
Thank
I
you very
remember
much.
that. Okay, any further conversation? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. Moving on to the fun stuff. Actually, other offices and committee. I think Council Samard had an announcement this evening.
Yeah, Madam Chair, thank you. So I learned today that we have 6 candidates for the VSO position, and I was going to advise you today during the meeting, which I'm doing now, but they were advised about the possible furlough days. Should they take the position, 5 agreed to move forward. So we start the process on Wednesday afternoon. Francisco Urena agreed to be part of the committee to guide us, and we'll start that. I'm going to have the HR director, if she okays it, I'm going to have her send all the applications to the whole council. If you have any information to share that you think is pertinent with the committee, myself, Councilor Drew, or Councilor DeZaglio, please do that. Any helpful information will help us, and then we'll go from there.
Perfect, thank you. All right. So we're on to unfinished business. Resolutions. TR 26-50, a resolution requesting a home rule petition regarding the reinstatement of positions in the department unit according to seniority in the city of Methuen, sponsored by myself, Councilor DeZaglio, and Councilor Valley. This is what we had the public hearing on earlier today. I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion
Second.
by Councilor Valley, seconded by Councilor DeZaglio. I'm in discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. Did you need me to do a roll call?
Can I just pass this around? They have to sign for the home.
Okay, great. Counselors, I'm going to be passing around, so you're signing for the home rule petition so that this can get over to the State House. Okay? So you're going to sign your ink of your choice. You're going to sign where your name is.
Okay.
Is that okay? All right.
It has to be approved by the mayor, though, too, so.
Okay.
You can sign first, but.
Okay. Mr. Mayor, do we foresee you not approving that? He's on board. Oh, okay, good. All right, here we are. So that passed. Motion, I'm going over to ordinances. Motion to remove TO 26-13 is the ordinance amending the municipal code section 4-1, letter J on nepotism. That's the ordinance I put on the table. Before we can discuss it, I would need, we could leave it tabled, or I would need a first and a second to remove from the table. So is there a motion to remove it from the table? Seeing none, we'll move on. New business, resolutions, TR 26- actually, hold on. Did you remove that today? Okay, so Councilor DeZaglio requested I remove TO 2614 on the floor today, so that's been removed by the councilor at his request. New business, resolution. Motion to approve TR 2652, a resolution amending the City of Methuen's traffic rules and regulations to require the parking to be allowed on Short Street on only one side of the street. This is sponsored by Councilor Councilor Pesh and Councilor Valley. It also has an EPA attached. I need a first and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Councilor Drew, seconded by Councilor DeZaglio. I'm in discussion. Councilor Valley.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. As you can see in the pictures attached in the report from the traffic unit, Short Street is not wide enough to accommodate parking on both sides of the street.
Okay.
So this creates a public safety concern and may delay emergency response by fire, police, and EMS vehicles. As you can see in the picture, you can see cars parked on both sides, and the fire truck can barely pass by. So I'm asking my fellow councilors for the support in this resolution tonight.
Councilor DeZaglio.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm in all favor of this, but one of the things I think us as a public safety committee should do, and maybe with the help of the chief, is look at all these streets that are small and have studies done and see if we can limit to parking on one side with them. And so, because I've seen multiple streets where both sides of the road is being taken up, and I can barely fit my car through there. So I think that's something the Public Safety Committee could take on, and hopefully with the support of everybody on the council, we could do it maybe 3-4 streets at a time and then move it through us, and then move it up to the council moving forward.
All right. Any other questions? Councilor Drew.
Just a simple question through you, Madam Chair. If I can call
Of
Mr.
course,
Garcia up
absolutely.
real quick. To Mr. DeZoglio's point,
Yes.
this may be a completely off subject. You may have no idea the answer to this. How many streets are roughly this exact size in Methuen?
I don't know, but I could find out. We have Beta group. They did an assessment of all the streets here in the city, and in that assessment, you have the width of the average width. So what we could do is I could export that in Excel and just see what streets have are narrow. And
So you have the data to tell us streets like this to Councilor DeZoglio, so we're not going to have to go out and take tape measures and measure all these
No,
streets.
we
So you
won't.
already have this data, is really what
Correct.
I was trying to get to. I think this is a great idea. This is a safety item. I just wanted to make sure that, I know that Chairwoman can attest that trying to get things done with all the roads at a certain time can be cumbersome. So if you have the data, that's great. That'll be good for that committee, so thank you.
And it's good that we have the data, but we'll have to go and observe the streets just because there might be one side that is if you say
There might be more
parking-
houses on this side and less on
Yeah,
this
so you
side,
s-
which makes more sense.
Yeah.
Completely understand, and
Yeah.
that would be to the public safety. I think that would be on them, like he's alluded to, doing 3 or 4 streets at a time. I think that's probably the most helpful, because you also may get into certain neighborhoods. Like I know we were down on a street, Mr. Mayor and I, yesterday, that they don't want signs in their neighborhood. They're pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
So we may have to just take that street by street. So if you have the data, I think it's great. That was just my question.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
So,
Councilor DeZoglio.
Mr. Felix, so quick question. If I have a meeting at the end of July, Public Safety Committee, can you give me at least 5 to 6 streets?
Yeah.
By then?
We could work together. We could come up with some streets, and yeah, we could do that.
Perfect. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Councilor Santos.
Just for information references, is the parking going to be just on one side of the street, or they're not going to alternate? Okay, thank you.
All right. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous. On the EPA?
Motion.
Motion by Councilor Drew.
Second.
Seconded by Councilor DeZoglio. Discussion on the EPA? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Nope. I have 1 no.
So it's 7
7
yes,
yes, 1 no.
1 no.
So we got. Motion to approve TR 26-53, a resolution requesting that the mayor and chief administrative and financial officer conduct an insurance review and obtain competitive quotes and options for the city insurance coverage to promote transparency, fiscal responsibility, and accountability, sponsored by Councilor Santos. I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Motion
Second.
by Councilor DeZoglio, seconded by Councilor Valley. Councilor Santos, if you have something to say, the floor is yours.
I submitted this so that we can get an idea of better quote, since we are trying to save money. So maybe this is one path of many to come.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I thank you, Councilor Santos, for bringing this forward. So we're actually in the process now of moving on, going out to bid for insurance, especially in light of all the issues that we've had with simply maintaining status quo in the context of health insurance. For instance, the city's been with, I believe, Hub International going back to 2005. I was 16 years of age in 2005. It's been quite a bit of time since then without having any changes. And so this is yet another great idea, I think, to help get the city on the right track in terms of making sure that we're saving as much money as we can in as many areas as possible. So I'm fully in support of the sentiment here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions, discussions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. There's an EPA on that? No, there isn't. Okay. TR 26-54, a resolution accepting the gift of a black ornamental fence with a 12-foot double arched gate at Methuen Historic Meeting House, Hill Cemetery, from the Methuen Festival of Trees in honor of Methuen's tricentennial celebration. This is sponsored by the mayor and the Festival of Trees. Motion to approve.
So move.
Motion by Counselor Santos, seconded by Counselor McLaren. I'm in discussion. Seeing none, Council Mayor.
Just to share, this is something that's being paid for by this organization. It's just a matter of accepting. It'd be a gift to the city.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk.
So, Madam Chair, I think
Need
this
a roll
needs
call?
an EPA though, because,
But it's
There-
not on my agenda. What do we do?
yeah, I think I submitted it with an EPA. All right, it's to be done before July 4th, so.
So,
Can we
can
make a
we
motion?
make a motion to break our rules?
You would need to you would need to
waive.
suspend the rules.
Yeah.
Motion to suspend our rules.
I have a motion from Counselor Drew to suspend the rules. I would need a second.
So moved.
I have a second by Counselor DiZoglio. Any discussion on that? Seeing none? All those, I'm going to take a roll call on amending. On that.
Suspend the rules
Yes, ma'am.
for an EPA.
Correct. Suspend the rules. Been down that track. Remember that?
I'm sorry, just 1 second.
Yes, ma'am.
TR 2654. Council McLaurin.
Yes.
Council Marsan.
Yeah.
Council Santos.
Yes.
Council Smart.
Yes.
Council Valley.
Yes.
Council DiZoglio.
Yes.
Council Drew.
Yes.
And Chair Soto.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Great. Now,
Motion to an EPA.
got a motion on the floor from Counselor Drew for an EPA,
Second.
seconded by Counselor Valley. Any discussion on that? Seeing none? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, madam. Thank you. All right. Motion to approve TR 26-55, resolution authorizing a transfer of $1,075,569 of free cash to Methuen Public School budget line to cover a one-time FY 26 special education cost. This also has an EPA. I need a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor DiZoglio, seconded by Counselor Santos. I'm in discussion. I'll give the floor to the mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is something that we had discussed during the budget process where, similar to last year, we have an opportunity to use these one-time funds to open up space for circuit breaker money to roll over into fiscal year 27 by covering various costs associated with one-time special ed expenditures that we can free things up for, free money up for. And this will, of course, help with preserving jobs in the schools and doing the things that we want to do in the context of the budget. So this is to cover fiscal year 26, and then the plan will be to come back in fiscal year 27 once free cash is certified in fiscal year 27 to complete the roughly $2 million commitment that's factored into the budget for this year. So this is part one of two, and we would come back to you for part two probably early 2027 so that we can provide for the schools. Thank you.
All right. Any conversation?
Just one, Madam Chair.
Counselor Marsan, did you have your hand up?
This is one we talked about, so it is a one-time expenditure, and we did talk about this to help with the budget, so I'm on board with this one, so thank you.
Counselor DiZoglio. I'm going.
So, to you, Madam Chair, to the mayor, quick question. One of the things that I suggested to you, that if we do get extra money from the state that over exceeds the amount that we're looking for, one of the things that we might want to suggest is the money that we are putting towards free cash to that, we might want to consider putting it back to the other departments, based off the proportion of their budget, like 10%, 10%, 10%. I think we've had this conversation That's if we over exceed a miracle. That's something I would like to consider, but I'm on board with this right now.
Okay. Counselor Santos, Counselor Drew? Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Mayor, you're saying you're coming back for another $1 million in early FY '27?
Yes, and that'll be for fiscal year 27 costs. And then the CAFO can elaborate.
I just wanted to be clear, it won't be early fiscal year 27 because free cash won't be certified, so we can't.
It'll be calendar year 27.
Yes, yes.
Okay.
All right. I'm going to take a roll call on free cash, just so you guys know. Madam Clerk? I want those votes crisp.
I'm sorry. Counsel McLaurin.
Yes.
Counsel Marsan.
Yes.
Counsel Santos.
Yes.
Counsel Smart.
Yes.
Counselor Valley.
Yes.
Counselor DiZoglio.
Yes.
Counselor Drew.
Yep.
And Chair Soto.
Yes. Unanimous.
Unanimous.
Okay, motion on the EPA. Can I get a motion, please?
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Valley,
Second.
second by Counselor Drew. Discussion on the EPA? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous on those, on that EPA. All right. TR 26-56, resolution authorizing a transfer of $850,000 of free cash to compensated absences reserved to fund the payment of paid time off to employees. This also has an EPA. I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Santos, seconded by Counselor DiZoglio. I'm in discussion. Seeing none, I'll take a roll call on the vote, Madam Clerk.
Counsel McLaurin.
Yes.
Counsel Marsan.
Yes.
Counselor Santos.
Yes.
Counselor Smart. Counselor Valley.
Yes.
Counselor DiZoglio.
Yes.
Counselor Drew.
Yes.
And Chair Soto.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Unanimous. Now on the EPA, I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Drew, seconded by Counselor Santos. I'm in discussion. None? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. On the EPA. TR 26-57, resolution authorizing transfer of $500,000 of free cash to the unemployment reserve to fund employee benefit-related expenses. This also has an EPA. I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor DiZoglio, seconded by Counselor Santos. I'm in discussion. Counselor Drew.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for you to CAFO. Maggie, I know you sent a bunch of information over to me today, and I appreciate everything you sent. How many, I know we talked about the schools, we were taking on some of their burden. The 500,000, how many employees is that covering for the cost of layoffs? I mean, are we anticipating 100 layoffs? I'm just trying to figure out what this number is actually covering.
So we were anticipating the 10 on the city side, and then I'm blanking on the number on the school side. Do you know what the number was for the school?
The issue that we have is that'll depend on the Senate number, which we don't have yet, so it's difficult to precisely quantify, but this would presumably cover the amount that I think the district had given us in terms of their expectation. So this is in line with what the schools are factoring in, given, you know, they're talking about the difference between like a 118 budget, a 122 number, things like that. And so this is based on the request from the schools to cover their side, factoring in what we have on the city side for the roughly 10.
So we have 10 people on the city side. My understanding on the school side, we were, with that 18 to 24 number, 21 number, it was about 40, 50 people, somewhere in that ballpark?
I have 50 in my head, but I don't know that that's accurate.
50 total?
No, on the school side.
Okay, so we're 60 total.
That's what we're looking at.
And there's a likelihood that not all of this will come to pass, considering that we're awaiting final numbers from the state, but at the very least, this will ensure that we're able to have this aspect of the city's
So
finances.
this is covering us in case the state doesn't give us the money we need and we have to go to the 114.
That's right. And so,
So that anticipated number was more like 75, 80. So this will encumber about 100 employees total.
that's right. With,
So
with
at the
the
end of it,
hope
if we
that
only
we
go
don't
with
need
60,
it all.
we only need to have 300 in expenditure, 200
And
will
it'll
drop
roll.
at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I'm going to take a roll call on this, Madam Clerk. TR 2657.
Counsel McLaurin.
Yes.
Counsel Marsan.
Yes.
Counselor Santos. Yes. Counselor Smart.
Yes.
Counselor Valley.
Yes.
Counselor DeZoglio.
Yes.
Counselor Drew.
Yes.
And Chair Soto.
Yes, unanimous.
Unanimous.
On the EPA,
So moved.
motion by Counselor Drew, seconded by Counselor
Second.
DeZoglio. Discussion on the EPA. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. TR 2658, resolution authorizing transfer of $500,000 of free cash to workers' compensation reserve to fund employee benefit-related expenses. This also has an EPA. I need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor DeZoglio, seconded by Counselor Valley. I'm in discussion. I see none. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Counsel McLaurin.
Yes.
Counsel Marsan.
Yes.
Counselor Santos.
Yes.
Counselor Smart.
Yes.
Counselor Valley.
Yes.
Counselor DeZoglio.
Yes.
Counselor Drew.
Yes.
And Chair Soto.
Yes.
Unanimous.
Motion carries. On the EPA. Are we going to give them an EPA? Motion by Counselor Samar, seconded by Counselor DeZoglio. Discussion. None? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous on the EPA, Madam Clerk. That carries. TR 2659, resolution authorizing transfer of $150,000 of free cash to the injured in the line of duty ILD reserve fund, employee benefit related expenses. This also has an EPA. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Counselor DeSalvio, seconded by Counselor Santos. I'm in discussion. Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any, actually, I'm going to backtrack. I need a roll call. I want roll calls on all the free cash. Then we got one,
Counsel
two.
McLaurin.
Yes.
Counsel Marsan. Counselor Santos.
Yes.
Counselor Samard.
Yes.
Counselor Valley.
Yes.
Counselor DeZoglio.
Yes.
Counselor Drew.
Yes.
And Chair Soto.
Yes,
Unanimous.
great, thank you. On the EPA,
So moved.
motion by Counselor Drew.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor DeZoglio. I'm in discussion. Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. All right, moving on to TR 26-60, resolution authorizing a transfer of $2,470,150 from free cash to the transfer to DPW and other expenses to fund necessary snow and ice expenditures. This also has an EPA requested. I need a motion.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor DeZoglio, seconded by Counselor Santos. I'm in discussion on this line item. Any questions? None. I have a question to the CAFO or the mayor. How much was it last year that we transferred? I thought, FY '25, yeah.
Just need 1 minute.
Yeah. I thought it was last.
FY '26, we're in it right now. But to improve the budget for '26.
Yeah.
They must have free cash transfer this time last.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm asking.
I have just under 960,000
960,000.
in excess that needed to be transferred.
So the total number was what?
We spent just about 1.4 million.
Okay, so we're going up about $1 million?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. No further discussion, questions? Counselor Drew?
Is that true? Because, I mean, 1.4, this is to whatever, plus the money that we had allocated in this budget. So in reality, we're going up almost $1.5 million.
Is that?
Not that it matters.
So correct. So I'm sorry, I misspoke because it's we're comparing $1 million to $2.5 million almost. So it's 1.4 more.
1.4 more.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, we did. Okay, any other questions, concerns? No? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Counselor McLaren.
Yes.
Counselor Marsan.
Yes.
Counselor Santos.
No.
Counselor Smart.
Yes.
Counselor Valley.
Yes.
Counselor DiZoglio.
Yes.
Counselor Drew.
Yes.
And Chair Soto.
Yes.
So that's 7 yes, 1 no.
On the EPA,
So moved.
Second.
motion by Counselor Drew, seconded by Counselor DiZoglio. Discussion on the EPA, seeing none? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, Madam Clerk. EPA carries. TR 26-61, resolution authorizing the transfer of $5 million of free cash to supplement funding to the Health Insurance Trust for fiscal year 2026. This also has an EPA request attached to it. Motion to approve.
So moved.
Motion by Counselor Santos, seconded by Counselor DiZoglio. I'm in discussion. Counselor Marsan.
So the next two I have a hard time with, but just like the trash, we heard the alternative, right? The state's just going to take it from us, or we can't just levy the people with their taxes. We can't just say we're going to override the 2.5 and just do it to you. We can't do that. So we're just trapped again, right? I just don't know. We just got to get to the end of the 19 million. That's all, and then we got to deal with things. So we just have to do it. So once the 19 is gone, it's gone, and then we'll have to start tightening the belt. So thank you.
Okay. Counselor Valley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you to the CAFO, Madam CAFO. I'm just really concerned, and I want to know how these free cash transfers will impact the bond rating for the city.
So it definitely won't. Let me back up. $7 million is still a good balance of free cash. However, spending as much as we are in 1 year is not a good look for sure. We did just get recertified as a AA bond rating with a stable outlook. I was very candid with them that this is what we're looking at, that we do have areas of concern with health trust and all of that. So they were still, they did still look favorably upon us and keep it at a stable outlook. It does concern me though. Anytime you use their reserves are a huge asset, right? So anytime we use our reserves, it's going to look less than whether having them. So it's definitely a concern.
We're using more than 50% here.
Was that a follow-up question? No? Oh. I'm current. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So yeah, just to echo what the CAFO said, after this, we're at roughly 7.5 in terms of free cash when all is said and done, assuming these pass. But what I'll say is this, and I'm just going out on a limb with this one in terms of just sharing commentary. So when we were given that look-see by S&P, what they saw, and as the CAFO just referenced, city with roughly $19 million in free cash. But think of this as well, where we have these significant uncapped liabilities, structural issues that have just gone for a very long time without being addressed. And so, sure, that looks good to have $19 million in free cash, but at the same time, with all of these other structural issues, that in and of itself is a major risk. But given the fact that it's not like we are simply saying, hey, let's take $5 million out for this and then 1.5 for the true up, and we're doing nothing really to try to actually fix it on a long-term basis. Coupling this with the fact that we are engaging in, I think, very productive conversations with the unions about the GIC opportunity, which would take the prospect of future deficits off the table, given the structure of that program. I think we're coupling this cleanup effort with these structural reforms. And so at the end of the day, between this and then in July with your support of the investment in constellations, we're going to be talking about in the span of one calendar year, reforming potentially our health insurance system and our special ed system, two of the biggest drivers of cost, and still at the end of the day, hypothetically, if this all comes to fruition, still having over $10 million in reserves. If I'm a credit agency, now granted I'm not qualified and certainly wouldn't pretend like I would assume what they would be looking at, but having a municipality with 10 plus in reserves at the end of the day and two significant reforms of the biggest cost drivers and source of ongoing issues, I think that puts us still in a favorable position to rebuild over time. So I just wanted to share that thought.
Councilor Drew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have to kind of echo Councilor Marzan. I mean, this is a tough nut to swallow here. This is $5 million. Like we didn't see this train coming down. And I mean, we're dancing on the head of a pin right now when it comes to this budget. Next year, if we slip up at all, if we have another snowstorm like we did this year, that's $3 million gone next year. You're saying there's going to be $7.11 million at the end of all these free cash drawdowns tonight. Then you're telling that the calendar year 27, we're coming back for another $1 million. I mean, we got to take the rose-colored glasses off here, and I've been pounding this drum as loud as I possibly can. And we need to be responsible and go find every source of revenue that's humanly possible, because if we have another year like we did this year, we're going to draw down $12 million. We won't have that. We will have half of that next year. And I understand the GIC, and we're trying to do all these different things, and I get it. And I get it. We have to be, responsible in that sense. But to sit here and say that we didn't see $6.5 million because we didn't do our due diligence looking at our insurance problems, like to me, that's just gross negligence is really what it boils down to.
Counselor, the reason why we're here is because we did look under the hood and do our due diligence. Just imagine if we didn't bring in NFP. We would have a 6.5%, just let me finish. We would have a 6.5% rate increase on July 1 of this year, and then we would have an even bigger issue next year. So thank heavens that I followed through with that commitment to look under the hood. Just imagine if we didn't.
I'm not putting this on you. I'm saying as a municipality, as a city, we didn't see this. And now we're seeing it because you finally did do your due diligence. And somebody did do the due diligence to go find this amount of an issue. Like this is not a, oh, whoops. This is a huge problem. Right. Taking a huge chunk out of it. We're going to have to rescue payment and do this thing and pay it. We have to do it. But at the end of the day, we're going to hold, I think this body understands we have to hold everybody accountable to every ounce of revenue, everything that we've said during your budget and all of your funding. We have to keep pounding on you, and I hope everybody will continue to do that.
Absolutely. Just to share, this was as recently as last week on Monday, the former broker, 6.5% instruction to the city, recommendation to raise rates. So it's a tough,
I get it,
tough pill to swallow.
That's a recommendation from a vendor. We have to do our due diligence, checking. Like, I get my insurance every single year. I look at it and go, oh, I'm going to go check out in somebody else. Right. Well, I do that myself. I don't know why the city wouldn't when we're talking about millions.
Well, the issue is that the broker had a fiduciary obligation to the city, number one, but number two, we did exactly that level of due diligence where we're arriving at a 19.3% rate increase versus 6.5%. And we're correcting an issue right now between this and the structural reforms that we're talking about with the unions. Again, the solicitor found a resolution from April of 1990 that dealt with the same type of issue. And so here we are, 36 years later, actually doing something about it. And I think that that is something that we need to acknowledge.
And truly, I'm not attacking your administration for it. I'm just saying everybody has to kind of use your row in the same direction and go figure out how to drive revenue in this city.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Great. Councilor Marsan.
So we're at $7 million, but we're still going to take $1 million for the schools, and then we're looking at in 27.
Well, the other thing too, just keep in mind, we're on track to end the current fiscal year in the black, and so there will be additional money that will fall into free cash once 26 ends.
But then 2 more for Constellation, right?
Well,
approximately, once we vet that, but...
Well, the thing is that that would be in July, and free cash is frozen in July. So that's something that I would look to come to the council with and ask for funds out of stabilization for one time.
Okay. Question from me to either the CAF or the mayor. The gentleman earlier today spoke about, Mr. Ken spoke about the deficit every year and how when we didn't cover the deficit, this was what I understood, that the state would take it.
So what they would do is, hypothetically, if we didn't...
No. Question.
Yes.
Years before this year, with that deficit, how did it get taken care of? Because what he said is the state takes the deficit.
That's if you end, let's say we get to June 30th and we still have a deficit, the state will hold that against our free cash and they'll take it. But in years past, between accounts ending the year with the surplus, being able to make some transfers, and then last year we came to the council with and asked to use available funds to cover the rest of it. We have been in a position where we haven't had that type of substantial issue where the state would hold that against us. And so this, in effect, allows us to do exactly that same thing, end the year on June 30th, and take this action ourselves rather than having the state do it for us.
So for my understanding is, lack of words, don't take this personal, we've been tricking the system to not have to pay that deficit. No? I need clarity on that explanation because I'm going...
Yeah.
Okay.
So last year was the first year that we had a substantial deficit.
Of how much last year? Just for numbers.
4.4.
Because that was never brought to this.
Yes, it was. It was.
So how did we pay for that?
So last year we paid for it in 2 different pieces. One was a transfer. We transferred money from the budget that had surplus lines, and we moved some money in. And then we took the remaining, I think it was 2.9, we took from stabilization. And that was done through the council. So the total of those 2 things added up to the surplus. So at the end of the year, we were
even. How did
it
read when it came to that council?
So it was 2 different, it would have been 2 different actions. One was a transfer.
How did that read?
So it would have been a transfer from X, Y, and Z in the general fund, and I believe out of enterprise as well, to fund the health trust.
The trust?
The health trust,
okay.
Yeah. And then a separate one to transfer money from the stabilization fund to the health trust. I could get you those actual numbers if that would be helpful.
Because I personally don't recall, so I was trying to figure out how did this bypass us? That was my train of thought. But if you're saying that we still were covering it anyways, so then how did we have that conversation of, I know you said 26 million in savings if we would have done this, but every year they were paying all those dollars.
So we didn't have a deficit every year. So there's 2 pieces. So the deficit was last year, this year. What he's talking about is Ken came in 2019 and provided a similar presentation about the GIC specifically.
So I went every meeting 2019, Mr. Mayor. I couldn't find this guy anywhere. Didn't present to that council.
So it was in December of that year. I remember because I was actually newly elected, He
Okay.
was sitting in the back of the room at the time.
So he came and made a presentation, because I couldn't find him on there. And then
Yeah.
you said that he communicated to someone?
Yeah, it was back in December of 2019. They did this presentation at the behest of Sean Cronin. I can get the date for you. And then actually I have here, this is the letter that had been sent by Ken and Kevin from NFP to, at the time, it was Mayor Jajuga, outlining the GIC anticipated savings and the like. And so this is all a public record. I believe at one point, this may have been on the agenda even, perhaps. I'd have to go back and look. But this is all readily available from December of 2019. And when doing this...
I'm at 10:57. I need a motion to extend the meeting. I can't do the motion, Counselor. I need a motion from Counselor Drew, seconded by Counselor DeZoglio. I'll take a roll call on that. To extend the meeting or not? Yes, sir.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm going to be a yes vote, but there's a point where I might have to get up and leave. because of
Absolutely.
a work
Thank you,
conflict.
Counselor, for that.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Counselor McLaurin.
Yes.
Counselor Marsan.
No.
Counselor Santos.
No.
Counselor Smart.
Yes.
Counselor Valley.
No.
Counselor DeZoglio.
Yes.
Counselor Drew.
Yes.
Chair Soto.
Yes.
So I have 1, 2, 3, 4 yes, and 1, 2, 3 no.
5-3.
So we're 5-3 or 4-3? Because we're 8 right
Oh,
now.
I'm sorry. We're 1, 2,
5-3.
5, and then 5 to 3.
Correct. What do I need for? Just the 5. Motion carries, so we're extended. Thank you, counselors.
Sorry.
All right,
Madam Chair, just for clarification, how long do we extend? Do we just go till we're done now?
till we're done.
Just checking. I've never done this.
Till we're done, right?
2 a.m.? Love it.
Oh, we lose quorum.
As long as there's quorum, yeah. If you guys go and we lose quorum, then and I need 6 for the EPAs.
Yes.
So real quick. So when it comes to the calculation of the 27.9,
Yeah.
roughly 28.
Yeah.
So if you go to page 2 of the presentation that was handed out tonight, you can see compared to, let's say, hypothetical switch to the GIC back in fiscal year 2020, what the annual cost would be.
Yeah.
And then up here at the top, it shows what the city's paid out in terms of our Blue Cross. And
Okay,
then it's
yeah.
also built into this column, the deficits. And then not to mention, this is another thing that is different with the GIC, this calculated IBNR number at the very top
Thank
for the next fiscal year.
All right. I'm gonna
And
do a roll
if
call
the
on
council is interested, I can share the letter that was sent to the Jajuga administration in 2019 if you're interested.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, I think I've lost my spot. So I'm in
TR 26-61.
61. Thank you, Madam Clerk. So I am in discussion unless you want me to go to roll call, if you guys are ready. Call the roll.
Okay, Counselor McLaurin.
Yes.
Counselor Marsan.
Yes.
Counselor Santos.
Yes.
Counselor Smart.
Yes.
Counselor Valley.
Yes.
Counselor DeZoglio.
Yes.
Counselor Drew.
Yes.
And Chair Soto.
Yes.
Unanimous.
On the EPA,
So moved.
motion by Counselor DeZoglio, seconded by Counselor Samard. Discussion on the EPA, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? EPA carries. Next item, TR 2662, resolution authorizing transfer of $1,500,000 of free cash to supplement funding to the Health Insurance Trust for fiscal year 2027. EPA requested on this item as well. I need a motion in a second.
So move.
Motion by Counselor DeZoglio, seconded by Counselor Santos. I'm in discussion. Mr. Mayor.
Again, just for the sake of clarity, this is to cover the true up, the
Yeah.
difference between the 6.5% rate increase and the 19.
And the 19, yeah. Any other questions? No? All right, I'll take a roll call on that, madam. Oh, I'm sorry.
So we're taking the whole 19%? The city's taking, Or is that our portion of the 19%?
So it'd be our portion, so each plan, let's say it's the HMO, the city pays 64, the employee pays 36, 75, 25, 70, 30 for the retirees, and so this would cover the employer contribution to account for the increase from 6.5 to 19.3.
And have we told the employees what their portion is, that 19%? They know what that number is?
Yeah, so actually, open enrollment for fiscal year 27 opened up today, and so we sent out the rates last week, so employees have seen what the rate is.
All right. So if there's any further discussion, I would like to call for
Roll call.
roll call.
Okay. TR 26-62, Council McLaurin.
Yes.
Council Marsan.
Yes.
Council Santos.
Yes.
Council Smart.
Yes.
Council Valley.
Yes.
Council DeZoglio.
Yes.
Council Drew.
Yes.
Chair Soto stepped out. So that's 7 yes, 1 absent.
All right, for the EPA, can I get a motion?
So moved.
Second.
All right. Any discussion? No discussion. Can I get, identify with an aye?
Aye.
Aye.
No? Perfect. Pass.
Unanimous?
Yep. Okay, TR 2663 was already moved up.
Yep.
So TR 2664, resolution authorize acceptance of fiscal year 2027 Commonwealth of Massachusetts State 911 Department Support Incentive Grant of $108,964. Get a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Perfect. And I'm not gonna call for,
And Yanilda Santos?
yes. I'm not gonna call for a roll call. Can I get a signify with an aye?
Aye.
No? Perfect. Motion passes.
With EPA.
You need an EPA?
Oh, can I get a motion with an
Motion
EPA?
for an EPA?
So move.
JD. Sorry.
Can I signify?
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Can I signify with an aye? Everybody, signify with an aye?
Aye.
No? Perfect.
Unanimous.
Unanimous. And this we call for EPA as well? Can I get a motion for the EPA?
No,
So
you
moved.
just did it.
Okay, perfect. We're moving on to TR 2665. Resolution authorizing transfer $371,000 between various FY26 general fund, personal services, and other expenses budgets.
Second.
Any discussion? Yes, Councilor Drew.
So we're moving this money, this is the band money that we discussed, and then there was the shortfall in the council's budget, the mayor's budget. Is there a reason behind all that, or, I know you got something, but trying to find it.
You trying to
This is the transfer. Here it is. 2665.
I'm good. I found it.
Oh. Wait, Councilor Drew, are you all set?
All right, with that being said, no any discussion. Can I signify with an aye?
Aye.
Nay? Motion carries unanimously. This, Madam Chair. Oh,
EPA.
all right, EPA, can I get a motion to accept the EPA?
Second.
Councilor Santos and Councilor Drew.
No, it's Council McLaurin.
Oh, yeah,
Sorry.
okay. All right, any discussion?
Where are we?
We're on TR 25-65.
Yep.
The transfer between various
At the
general
EPA.
fund personal services. We're on the EPA. We have a motion and a second.
Perfect, thank you. All set.
Any discussion? With that being said, can I signify with an aye?
Aye.
Nay? Motion carries.
Unanimous.
Thank you,
Perfect.
Counselor.
No problem, Madam Chair.
Great job.
We're on TR 26-66.
Perfect. TR 26-66, resolution to temporarily rescind the adoption of the fourth paragraph of MGL Chapter 40, Section 5B to allow a dedicated stabilization fund for the Methuen restaurant meals tax revenue. EPA requested on this item as well. I need a motion to accept and a second.
So move.
Motion by Counselor DeZalgio, seconded by Counselor Santos. I'm in discussion. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is one of the revenue assumptions that was built into the fiscal year 27 budget, and I've had some conversations with the chair about this and some concerns about it. Just to share this, that the aim is to have this be for one more year and try to do all that we can to revert back to the original mechanism that was designed for this so that we can continue to rebuild stabilization. So just wanted to share my commitment to aim for that, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Counselor Marsan, comment to that.
But it doesn't state it's only for 1 year, right? This is changing it. Or do we have to vote every year anyway, right? We're changing it now, and we would have to vote to make something different.
So it sunsets unless there's a vote, which is what this would do. So without this vote, it would just automatically
So it does-
sunset per
it
the
does-
draft, yeah.
The evergreen goes back, all right.
Unless you wanted to make an amendment, right, or a change to it. That's possible. Any other questions, concerns, comments? I want to be very, transparent. I spoke with the mayor about this. There are very few votes that I regret on this floor, and this was one of them. The stabilization fund is the only dollars that we receive that are not tax dollars from our constituents. They are from the meals tax. So for your projects, Counselor, like some of the RFPs you have out, parks, recreations, railroad, unaccepted ways, those are potentially funds that we could request of the mayor. Obviously, it has to go through the mayor, but that we can potentially fund some of our own initiatives and projects. And so with that being said, when we're deploying, the reason why that came to fruition is so that obviously there's another kind of reserve nest egg kind of like we're going to be tapping into that for the school eventually in July. But what I'm saying is those dollars can be allocated for other items and they don't have the restrictions that we deal with. And so when I spoke with the mayor, I expressed to him that I would really like to see this go to what it was originally, instead of it going directly to the general fund. So with that caveat, that's the only way I would support this. If obviously there's nothing in here that's saying that you're going to do that, and next year, if I'm here, if I'm not, we don't know. But I hope you do that, right? So that's just what I wanted to tell you guys as newer counselors. Go ahead.
Just to share, in terms of any amendments that the council wants to make, I'm comfortable with whatever the council wants to do. I just want to make sure that we're cognizant of the fact that this is one of the revenue assumptions built into the budget.
Yeah, correct. So that's the reason for.
Yeah, if there's any thought of making an amendment, as long as it reflects that it would still be in place for at least this one more year,
Yeah.
then I'm fine with that.
So I would just for your information, if there is no stabilization fund, then this revenue will automatically fall to the general fund. Meals tax revenue will automatically fund. What you're doing here is you created a stabilization fund with meals tax revenue some time ago and directed a certain portion in there. So you're only suspending it for 1 year. It'll go back to what it was before on June, whatever it says, June of 2027, June 30th, 2027. It'll go back to what it was before.
So I guess that's the clarification I need. What was it before?
It was wasn't it 2575?
So originally it was 100%.
100%
Originally.
to stabilization.
When we first did it, we established it at 100%, so all of it went in.
That meant all meal tax revenue went into the stabilization fund.
Correct. So
Then it was 70, 75-25.
Yes, I
right?
looked-
After-
I
Then we
looked up all
amended
those
it
ordinances.
after we did it for a few years, and we built that up. We amended it to be 75-25.
Which I would, I'm amicable, like, that's okay, in my opinion, 25-75. But
That's
there's,
what we'll go back to, though, because
Okay.
that's the last that it was.
but that's, you see, I differ in that opinion, and again, I'm not the attorney, but what I'm saying is if we're reverting to its original use, the original is 100%.
The way that it's written is that it will defer back to what it was, which is 75-25.
Okay, so,
It will
but to
re-
my point, I'm fine with
Yeah.
that, because you're getting some, but we're keeping most, because
Yeah.
we need those dollars in there to be able to tap into.
But I would also just say,
Yeah.
I mean, while you may use the stabilization fund for other purposes, the mayor can appropriate general fund revenue for pretty much anything.
Well,
So like,
we can't do it on the unaccepted way. We've tried several times.
well, that's still an open question as to whether you're repairing them or redoing them entirely.
Correct.
But in
All right.
general, you can ask the mayor to appropriate general fund revenue for any purpose that's legal.
Okay, so if there's no further conversation, Counselor Marsan. Can you read it?
Yes. Right, the second last paragraph says that it's going to go back to 100% of it is going to go back into as of June 30th, 2027.
Okay, so,
It is in there, the verbiage is in here, we don't have to
Okay.
amend it to pacify ourselves.
so if you're going to change that, then it would go to, you would request, I mean, I'll take the
It has to
100.
come back here again if we want to go, if he wants to extend it further.
Exactly.
Correct, okay. Counselor Drew.
Just for clarification, the 75% goes to the general fund, and we were only putting 25% in stabilization, correct?
I'm sorry, what's that?
We're doing 75% to the general fund, 25% to stabilization.
That's right.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So we were only putting 350,000 of the anticipated revenues into stabilization, which we currently have $5.9 million in.
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor,
But 100%, it's going to go back, it's going to revert back to 100% on June 30th of 27.
So just to provide some clarity, if you read the text of the resolution, what it's saying, it's referencing a change that was made in 2024, June 18, 2024, where it's saying that, it's simply citing the history where at the time, the council approved TR 2443, modifying the funding percentage from 100% to 25. So I think in that part of the resolution, it's simply providing some historical context, if I'm not mistaken. And then if you read the actual body of the resolution.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, it is indicating 100%. That's correct. I just want to be clear for everybody's sake. Yeah, that's correct, Councilor Marson.
so is it or isn't it? Is it 100% or no?
It is 100%.
Okay, so
it will
you
go
should
back
have,
to
you should have
100%.
kept that a secret. I'm joking. All right, so I'm in roll call right now unless you have anything else.
TR 26-66, Council McLaren.
Yes.
Council Marsan.
Yes.
Council Santos.
No.
No? No. Okay. Council Smart.
Yes.
Councilor Valley.
No.
Councilor DeZoglio.
Yes.
Councilor Drew.
Yes.
And Chair Soto.
Yes.
6 yes, 2 no.
So it carries on the EPA.
Motion for an EPA?
Motion from Counselor Drew, seconded by Counselor Santos. Discussion on that? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I have a no from,
For the EPA.
yeah.
Councilor Drew and Councilor Santos. Councilor Valley, you're a no on the EPA? Okay. So that's 7 yes, 1 no.
Yes, ma'am. All right, I'm moving on to ordinances. 26, am I skipping something? No. 2026-15, an ordinance amending section 9-92 prohibiting operation of dirt bikes in the city of Methuen by adding E, penalties, enforcement, impoundment to the municipal code of the city of Methuen, sponsored by Councilor Ryan DeZaglio, Councilor Janilda Santos, and Chief Scott McNamara. There's also an EPA requested. May I have a motion to approve? Motion by Councilor Marsan, seconded by Councilor Valley. Discussion.
So after the last time we talked about this with the gas stations and people felt like that wasn't the right direction, we went, me and Haley, the assistant solicitor, I want to thank her for everything that she did. Me and her were literally doing Google Docs and doing notes of different cities. We looked at Pittsburgh, Springfield, all these different, and put these about impoundment, putting these fines in. I want to thank Councilor Santos. She thought just one $500 fine was not good enough. She wanted to add second and third offenses, so I appreciate her input. And that's what it is. It's to go after these guys, and it's once we get them, we're taking their bikes away and hitting them with fines that possibly could keep them off the roads for a long, significant amount of time. And I think that's the best solution. Chief McNamara also agreed with me on that. He's not here. But I think this is a step in the right direction. And because as we went through this, there were people that had their own, but a lot of people, they are terrorizing our streets, and we need to take care of them and get them off the streets. So hopefully you guys will support this ordinance so our officers can at least start moving in the right direction on them.
Right. Any other discussion, comments? None? Counselor, you removed me and Counselor Valley because we didn't add to it?
No.
We could care less, I'm just joking. But we are part of the Public Safety Committee, and originally we put it together.
I am so sorry. No, do we put the impoundment
I
together?
didn't. It's all right.
I thank them for everything they did for me.
Put them on.
Put them
it's all
on.
right. You don't have to.
I'm sorry.
That was a joke. I didn't even notice. Counselor Valley actually noticed, so thank you. All right, so I'm still in discussion. Anything else? I'll take a roll call on, actually, these are
TO
ordinances. Yeah, go ahead.
26-1.
They're on.
15.
Go ahead.
I'm going.
I was just going to thank Chair Soto and Councilor Valley for your
Yeah, I want to
leadership on this
thank
issue.
Madam Chair, Soto, and Councilor Valley for all the things they do on public safety.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilor McLaren.
Yes.
Councilor Marsan.
Yes.
Councilor Santos.
Yes.
Councilor Smart.
Yes.
Councilor Valley.
Yes.
Councilor DeZoglio.
Yes.
Councilor Drew.
Yes.
And Chair Santos.
Yes.
Unanimous. Now, there's an
Unanimous.
EPA.
Yes. On the EPA, motion.
Motion.
Counselor Santos, seconded by Counselor DeZoglio. Any discussion on the EPA? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. No with one.
So that's 7 yes, 1 no.
Yes, ma'am. All right, we got two more. TO 2616, an ordinance amending section 9-52, trash and recyclable collection of the Methuen Municipal Code, sponsored by Councilor Ryan DeZoglio. EPA also requested on this ordinance. May I have a motion to approve?
So move.
Motion by Councilor Santos, seconded by
Second.
Councilor Valley. I'm in discussion.
Thank you. This was the big one with me and Haley. We went through multiple cities, but we also thought because of the original ordinance that was kind of like done and put through, we thought of creative ways to kind of streamline and framework. I actually talked to Harvey, a representative at Harvey. So the first part that we are going to talk about, he approved that Harvey could do this through them because the bins, we're going to go through them for the bins. So the first thing that we did notice when we went, I know. We went through it. There was a lot of issues regarding who was in charge of getting the ordinance. At one point, economic development was getting it, which they have no jurisdiction of enforcement, so I got rid of that. And I added conservation, and I also added Methuen Police Department. We looked at the city of Peabody. They actually they have a mechanism in their ordinance to use the police department to enforce these ordinances if necessary by the mayor or town manager. So we added that. If you go further down on section F, additional barrel fees and fines, that has never been put in the ordinance. This is brand new. We sat down, thought of creative ways of getting it. So moving forward every year with the yearly fee, right now it's at 100 at the beginning of June. Right after we do our budget, we will sit here and we will discuss the barrel fee as a council and we will vote on it. Second, we will also start sending out additional barrel fees will be paid on July 1st, the beginning of the fiscal year. So we will have one due date instead of have a staggered. It starts June 30th, June 1st. So they will have a full month of getting reminders to pay their fees. Right now, from my understanding, and I could be wrong, right now 40% are actually paying their barrel fees and 60% are not. Right now. So that's a major issue when we come. They will have 3 reminders. I talked to Harvey, like you said, they could do robocalls, emails, and any forms of communication. But I also set this up, and me and Haley both agreed to this, that if we were to go back to the city at some point in control of it, we at least have a framework to go off of our own. Lewis said they could do a lot of this if they had to. Also, we put in a proportional rate throughout the year. So if people want to buy a barrel throughout the year, they have that right in front of them. July 1st, September 30th is 100%. October 1st, December 31st is 75%, 50, and 25. Late fees. We are going to enforce late fees. I've talked to counselors. They have concerns. I'm willing to file an amendment. But after July 1st, you have 30 days to pay your barrel fee, or you're getting hit with a $100 fine.
So it'll be $200.
Yep, $200. And then it goes 6 months. And then what we will do after the 6 months, it will then be attached to your property taxes. And
I have a question there.
Yes.
And if it is a tenant?
Tenant goes on the owner. And then the owner will probably charge them through the rent. Yep. Also, cancellation. I realized when we went through the original ordinance, there was no cancellation. So if you didn't want your extra barrel anymore, you could never, there's no mechanism, there was no calling. They didn't know who to call. I've actually asked people, like, if you really wanted to cancel, do you know who to call? They're like, I would assume DPW. But, so we put a cancellation. Harvey says, so I'm putting a lot on Harvey right now, that they are gonna put in their email an accept or cancel. So if they cancel it, it will go to Harvey or DPW so they can send out a truck and get those barrels back. If anything, like I said, if it goes back to the city at any point, we will have that framework in. And Lewis said we could possibly do that. Put a cancel in the email. They can click cancel. It will go directly. We'll set up the system as we go to DPW to send out a truck, Carina, whatever we need to get that barrel back. And like I said, upon cancellation, it says DPW or the trash collector will retrieve the additional barrel. That is the brand new section of our trash ordinance. Yes. Oh, okay. This was never put in. And I think this will be a good start. And of course, it's not going to be perfect, I wish it was. I think it is. But I think this was better than the original. But if you want to continue, because we did fix the fines as well. Enforcement. Like I said, the enforcement was weird. It had divisions of like economic development, which I don't know why they're in part of this. That's section J. I'm so sorry. The enforcement. So we also combined health and inspections divisions because they're now together. Public works. We did include, because conservation received this ordinance, but they had no enforcement. We're now adding that conservation does enforce it, especially down the rail trail, where you have those residents that are literally dropping stuff into the rail trail. I'm sorry, they should be fined. That is their stuff. Like, and like I said, like Peabody, this provision shall not be construed to limit Methuen Police Department's authority to enforce this article or any general law. So we add the police department in there. The violations we did on the next page. This is where people might have some concerns. First violation will be $50 per overflow or contaminated barrel. So there are multiple people that I have seen that have 4 or 5 barrels literally filled to the top with trash in the recycling and trash all over the place.
Let's move it to vote.
So she's, Counselor
Said move the question?
move the question.
Wow.
So,
All right.
So
I was going fast, by the way, Counselor.
I think
No,
10,
yeah.
it's 11:30.
So
That is a privileged motion, so we could vote not to move the question. We have to vote on that.
do you want?
We have to vote on that privileged motion, and then we could, if it passes, we vote on the motion. If
Okay.
it doesn't pass, we can go back to discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, you may be done.
Are you done?
We had the appeal process.
Oh, okay, sorry.
No, actually, I had 3 paragraphs.
So again, I have a privileged
Remember, it's
motion
only
on
the
the
first
table. Is
read.
there I have a
Second.
to move the question. So I don't have my clerk here. Counselor McLaren.
I'm sorry, I'm voting on.
To move the
Do you
question.
want to vote now or do
To
you want
shut
to
me
speak
up.
more?
I read it, so yes.
Wow.
Counselor Marsan.
Yes.
Yes. Counselor Pesh is on vacation. Counselor Santos.
Yes.
Counselor Simard.
Thank you and yes.
Yes, okay. Counselor Valley.
Yes.
Counselor DeZoglio.
I guess.
Counselor Drew.
No.
Thanks.
And myself. Yes. Okay. So we're moving the question. So on the ordinance itself, TO 26-16, thank you, by the way, Counselor, for that thorough explanation and all your hard work on this. I know you've been working on this for some time, and I truly appreciate your due diligence on it. Counselor McLaren.
Yes.
Counselor Marsan.
Yes.
Counselor Pesh is not here. Counselor Santos.
Yes.
Counselor Simard.
Yes.
Counselor Valley.
Yes.
Yeah.
Counselor DeZoglio.
Yes.
Counselor Drew.
No.
And myself, I'm a yes. Good. Okay, so now, so this was to move the question. This was on the ordinance. Okay. And now I'm on the EPA. Okay. I need a motion. Yeah.
The mayor has.
Can I share just one?
Can I go to discussion on the EPA and you can talk
Yes.
there? Motion for the EPA.
Move.
Motion by Counselor Santos.
Second.
Seconded by Counselor Valley. I'm in discussion.
I strongly believe in the separation of powers, and I'm not your dad.
Yeah.
But I would strongly recommend against passing it with an EPA waiving the second read tonight. I think this is something that we could discuss in further detail at our next meeting. I have one concern. I appreciate tightening everything up, and I don't want to get beyond the EPA, and I apologize, but just briefly, we should have a conversation about completely getting rid of the warning. I don't want to cause any issues with going beyond the EPA, but just one reason why this may be worth one more meeting of discussion before we adopt it. Okay. Just a thought.
So, Counselor.
Yeah, before it was moved to question, I actually had the amendment to put the warning back in. And
Okay. So, do you guys want to take back your first and second on the EPA, and then we could just leave it on there?
Or it could be like a July thing. We
Yeah.
could get it done tonight.
Correct. So if they vote, or just vote no on the EPA,
Yeah.
and then, okay. So let's do the roll call on the EPA. That way it's clean. And then we got one more item.
Council McLaurin.
No.
Council Marchand.
No.
Councilor Santos.
No.
Councilor Smart.
No.
Councilor Valley.
No.
Councilor Zaglio.
no.
Councilor Drew.
No.
No.
So that's
E-
unanimous no.
EPA fails. Okay. So that'll be on for the July agenda, Counselor, and we'll be able to elaborate a little more on that. Let me just make a note of that. The audience is going to be so confused on all those no's. Okay. Next item, TO 26-17, motion to approve an ordinance amending Section 8-7 municipal charges lien of the Methuen Municipal Code. This is sponsored by Councilor DeZoglio. Can I have a motion by Councilor Santos?
Second.
Seconded by Councilor DeZoglio. The floor is yours.
Like I said, this is basically to put fees onto people's property taxes. A lot of us councilors have been talking about it. I think this is the first step. I didn't get to talk to Haley, but one of the things I think I'm going to bring forward in July is to do it on all fines and fees that are paid. Just put them on their property taxes and go from there on.
But this alone is
It's
only
just
for
for
the
the
solid
trash.
waste, yeah.
Yeah.
Solid waste, okay. All right, further questions, comments, discussion? Okay, seeing none, I'll take a roll call, and that's your last.
TO
Item.
26-17. Council McLaurin.
Yes.
Council Marchand.
Yes.
Councilor Santos.
Yes.
Councilor Smart.
Yes.
Councilor Valley.
Yes.
Councilor Zaglio.
Yes.
Councilor Drew.
Yes.
And Chair Soto.
Yes,
Unanimous.
unanimous. I'm going to remove the EPA on that one and bring them back both together, if
Yeah.
that's okay with you,
Did
Counselor?
this one have
appreciate
an
that.
EPA?
Oh, no, it didn't. My bad, sorry. So that's the end. Before we go, I wanted to make an announcement to the council. We have Farah Kanan with us this evening. Thank you for your patience tonight. She's actually working with our solicitor's office Tuesdays and Wednesdays. Come right up. Yeah, look at that. Tuesdays and Wednesdays, doing research. Yeah, doing research with the solicitor's office. And so I had the pleasure of sending her something on Tuesday and on Wednesday, I believe. But what I want to say, she's a resource to you. There are protocol that she has to follow. This is a free internship. She's at the Massachusetts School of Law, and therefore, through her studies and authorization through the solicitor's office and the council, working together, she's able to complete a class or get credits of some sort, correct? So we're happy to have you. You're a ray of sunshine in our office, and I truly appreciate all you're pouring into the city council office. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you guys for having me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All righty. So with that being said, I'll take a motion. Thank you, Counselor.
Second.
Motion by Counselor Drew, seconded by Counselor DeZoglio. All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Unanimous. It is now 11:35 p.m., and this meeting of June 8th is now adjourned.
Good night, Methuen.